Supremacy Games. Chapter 226-250. Chapter 226, Going on Camping. Be quick and pay me the rest, I am expecting other bottles to reach next week. Felix said calmly to the Luby. Please boss Felix. I beg you, don't bring me other bottles so soon. They don't get sold in time. Luby immediately hugged Felix's thigh while in tears. Do I look like I care about how you manage your business? Felix clasped Luby's head with one hand and threw him away while threatening, you better hasten your sales numbers if you want to catch to my speed. Don't make me regret entering a partnership with your shop. I don't care about you hiding in this corner of the market like a rat, but you better start advertising your shop to more high-leveled bloodliners to sell my stuff. Felix turned around, leaving one last warning, next time, you will be given 2 weeks delay at max. If you can't pay in time, I will either change partners or enter a non-exclusive contract with other shops in the kingdom. If Felix wasn't bothered before about wasting his limited free shipments, he would have signed with 3 bloodline shops in the kingdom, and start shipping them each different amount of bottles, so it would be easier for him to get paid up front without delay. However, now that he worked things out with Bodadai and he was going to be paying for shipments either way, he didn't mind the idea of contracting other shops. But, before doing so, he preferred giving Luby one last chance to start fulfilling his end of the bargain by paying him up front the full amount. Felix had no reason to act too soft and merciful to Luby. They were not close friends or anything. There was simply a business relationship between them, and Felix was already doing him a favor by giving him delays continuously. Felix knew that Luby's items and products were actually the best in the entire kingdom. He just needed to get himself out of this forsaken corner and start advertising his products to the public. If he did so, Felix believed that he wouldn't be struggling to have liquid assets each time he met him. He didn't know the reason exactly why he was hiding his shop, and he honestly wasn't interested in knowing. He simply gave him one last chance and dragged Olivia outside of the shop. It was up to Luby on what he should be doing now. Honestly, Luby was clearly going to keep having difficulty paying Felix such large sums up front 2 times in a month or so. Thus, it would be better for him and for Felix to just make the contract non-exclusive, so instead of getting 4 bottles to 5, he would be getting only 2. This might lower the profit that he was making, but unless he stepped up his game as Felix mentioned, he could only accept the method as there was no way for Felix to hold himself back from increasing his integration to lower the bottles incoming to Luby. He seemed nice, why are you being a jerk to him? Olivia asked while eyeing the brick wall piteously. I am trying to motivate him into bettering himself. Felix said with an honest smile. Shameless, who would want to be motivated like that? Olivia grumbled under her breath. Felix patted her head while chuckling, he is as stubborn as you. For people like you, the soft approach never works. Embarrassed, Olivia hung her head low as she knew that if he didn't trick her into buying a bloodline, she would have fought tooth and nail to reject. Ah, it feels nice to pat you again. Felix sighed in contentment as he looked at her green L.U.S.True's hair that wasn't blocked by that damned lily flower. Since they were in the UVR, Olivia obviously had to pick a disguise. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _50972981207288126 for visiting. Don't get used to it. Olivia slapped his hand away in annoyance while putting a hat on top of her head. Disheartened, Felix sighed as he kept walking through the maze-like alleys. After a while, they reached its exit and the sight of the noisy crowded market greeted their eyes. All right, go hang with the girls or something, I will keep hold of your bloodline in the spatial card until you feel ready to replace yours. Felix shooed her away. Not planning to overstay her welcome, Olivia said her goodbyes and submerged herself within the crowded market. Just as Felix planned on heading to Mr. Piggy's shop to purchase the integrations materials, he heard Olivia's loud voice within the crowd, Thank you, Felix. What a shy little thing, I want to hug her to death. Asna hugged herself tightly with her eyes closed, imagining Olivia in her embrace. Keep your sadistic thoughts to yourself. Disturbed, Felix chided her as continued on his path with his hands in his pockets. Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. In front of the camp's metallic gate, Felix and the rest of the team were standing in a straight line while wearing a thick black uniform. Each one was carrying a large backpack that had all the necessities for camping. Not a single ounce of excitement could be seen in Felix's face or the others. And the horrible weather wasn't making it even better, as the clouds were grey and stacked, blocking a single ray of sun from reaching them. It was a no-brainer that it was going to rain heavily in a few minutes to hours. The worst part, none of them were wearing raincoats or had them in their backpacks. They were truly blindsided by the weather. Stop showing those gloomy faces. George snapped at them, if you can't handle some rain, how are you supposed to handle being in the snow? He reminded them, the leaks might have said a forest, but we never know if it's going to be only it or you will be left in a forest connected to a snowy mountain chain. We get it. Can we move already so we can set up the camps before it rains? Irked, Walton said while pointing his finger at the gloomy sky. Be patient, your ride is about to arrive. George replied. As he mentioned, a couple of seconds later, the metallic gate of the camp was opened, letting out 3 armored jeeps, which had only the drivers on. After stopping before them, George gestured with his hand for them to ride quickly. Seeing that everyone was inside, he pointed at the sky and said, every action and decision you make is going to be monitored by flying drones. So make me proud before the director and other instructors. Show them that the national team is reliable and committed to bringing us as many representative spots as possible. Just as George was getting in the zone of his prep talk, he saw Felix narrowing his slits in direction with a polite smile. He knew that he was being warned to wrap it up. And that exactly what he did, as he coughed while retreating back to the gate. The drivers were confused about him stopping midway during his speech, but they soon shrugged their shoulders and pushed the acceleration pedal. 20 minutes later. Deep within the woods, Felix was walking in front while being followed by the rest. The jeeps went back to the camp after reaching the end of the uneven road that was in the forest. They were given the freedom to do what they wanted and go where they wanted in this forest for the next 7 days. Since Felix was the captain, he was currently leading them to find either a shelter or a good camping spot. Honestly, Felix had absolutely no clue what he was doing as he never camped in his life before. But still, he wasn't a complete retard to not understand that finding a water source had utmost priority. But knowing was one thing and actually finding it was another. The forest was immense, stretching to hundreds of miles. It had wildlife, small lakes, and trees of different species. Thus, it might provide all the necessities for survival, it was still hard to find them without having experience. Let's stop here for a minute. After toggling deep enough, Felix removed his backpack and put it next to a tree. The rest complied and did the same. Walton, check from above for any water source. Felix cracked his neck as he ordered, if you don't see any, at least find us a good camping spot to spend the night. We still have a couple of water bottles for the day. Consider it done. Walton nodded his head eagerly. He then walked away from them and called under his breath, upsurge. The same mini-tornado manifested under his feet, lifting him up in the air. After glancing below him, he noticed that he wasn't able to see them anymore due to the leaves blocking his eyesight. How am I supposed to find my way back? He asked out loud. We will start a fire, just go already, it's about to rain. Felix yelled back in irritation. After receiving his confirmation, Walton took off swiftly to the north, evading tree after tree. Seeing that he was gone, Felix ordered the boys in the team, go gather woods and come back in a jiffy. There was no need for everyone to make a move as he was simply planning to start a fire to give away their position. Without nuisance, the boys went each in a different direction and picked whatever came in their sight. Felix might have ordered them to gather woods, but if they found edible mushrooms, wild fruits, and such, there was no reason to ignore them. After a couple of minutes, everyone came back carrying a bunch of branches and mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Felix pointed at an empty spot before him and they stacked the woods on it. As for the mushrooms, they were given to Felix for testing, as he was the only one with poison resistance. Someone, please start a fire, Felix requested while he was munching on gorgeous-looking mushroom. Damn, this tastes like fried chicken. His eyes brightened in delight after each bite, making Olivia and the rest to stare at him in bewilderment. Were mushrooms really that tasty? Chapter 227, 5 Days in the Forest. They didn't want to believe it, but the sight of him throwing one mushroom after the other in his mouth like he was eating chicken nuggets, was too hard to ignore. If only they knew that Felix was purposely choosing only the good-looking mushrooms to eat, as he knew that most of them were poisonous. With his poison immunity passive that messed up with his tasting buds, they truly tasted even better than edible mushrooms. Verb. Those are not poisonous. Satisfied, Felix burped while pointing at ugly-looking mushrooms, which had tiny bites on them. Amelia held one and took a small bite. Yet, the moment she chewed, she started spitting in disgust. She glared at Felix, thinking that he was faking his enjoyment before. Sadly, Felix wasn't planning on forgiving her that easily after wasting food like that. Do that again and you will be hunting for your own food from there on. The casual way he said so, made Amelia flinch as she knew that he wasn't bluffing in the slightest. Yet, instead of retorting she just made an acknowledging sound and went to sit next to the raging fire. Rumble rumble. Abruptly, the sound of thunder resounded in the sky, warning Felix and the rest that a thunderstorm was about to strike. Sarah, please inform Walton to return. Disgruntled, Felix stood up and started unlocking the 2 straps in his backpack, which were tightened on his small tent. After pulling it out, he said, "We will make a temporary camp here until the thunderstorm goes by." Drizzle, pitter-patter. Unfortunately, nature wasn't going to wait for them until they get comfortable, as a torrent of rain began showering them. Everyone started scrambling around to set up their tents. Some were big enough to house 4 members while some were small enough for just a single person, like the one Felix and Noah were currently setting up. After Felix finished setting his own, he went to help Olivia, Sarah, Lexi, and Isabel with their oversized tent. Soon, Noah came as well and assisted Felix, leaving the girls to back off as they were merely hindering them. Don't just stand there, go make yourselves useful, and set Walton's tent. Felix ordered the girls calmly. A few minutes later, 8 tents could be seen erected randomly between trees. The place they camped on was truly not a good one, but emergency situations call for emergency solutions. Much better. Felix exited his tent, wearing a yellow raincoat. He didn't wear it earlier as it was in his spatial card. I will be taking the first shift. He called loudly while leaning against a tree that had many branches and leaves, making him get slightly less drenched. He looked up while turning on his infrared vision, wanting to check if they were being spied on by drones even in such a downpour. Soon, he found 3 drones were hovering 100 meters above them. He switched his sight to his surroundings and noticed that there were hundreds upon hundreds of red auras of all shapes and sizes. Some were underground and some were in the air, probably birds hidden between branches. This made it difficult for him to guess whether there were other drones on land or not. Let's see if they are taking our safety into consideration this time. Felix scratched his chin as he pushed his infrared vision to the limit. 7 squads? At least they learned their lesson. Felix smiled faintly at the sight of tens of humanoid auras, either sitting or patrolling 400 meters away from them. Felix's party was put right in the center of their formation, and if they kept their distance like that, Felix and the rest would never cross paths with them. This was exactly what George wanted, to keep them protected from another ambush while also keeping them ignorant about those soldiers' existence. Too bad, with Felix's vision, nothing goes unnoticed before him. On the top floor of the tallest building in the camp, George was sitting in front of 20 medium-sized screens, each displaying a different sight. Next to him sat 3 old men, looking with intrigue at a screen that was displaying Felix, leaning against a tree. "Weren't you always complaining that he wasn't a team player?" A bald-headed old man looked at George in confusion. Why would he then volunteer to take the first lookout shift? "I said that he isn't a team player, not that he isn't an irresponsible moron." George shook his head at the director of the camp and clarified, "When it comes to his captainship's duties, he is flawless. But beyond that, he never bothers to put a single ounce of energy. I think that you are in the wrong here." The director chided him, "Why are you bothering too much on him getting chummy with everyone? As long as he understands his duties to the team and attends every daily training, then he is golden in my eyes." "You really think so?" Appalled, George raised his eyebrows at the director's intake. He always believed that for the team to be perfectly ready to represent them, they needed to have a tight relationship in order to have each other's back. "Aren't we about to find out?" The director chuckled while gesturing with his head at the screens. "Knock knock. Come in." A soldier pushed the door open and saluted, "Good morning, sir." The director nodded his head and asked, "How many juniors decided to take part?" 23, sir. That should be enough to keep the team on their toes." George added, "Are we going to send them right now?" "No, let's wait a couple of days until they feel relaxed." The director warned the soldier, "Make sure to remind the juniors to always prioritize their safety and not aim at their vitals." "Roger, sir." "That's all, you can leave." The director waved his hand dismissively. However, just as the soldier wanted to close the door, the director added lastly, "And give each junior 2 rejuvenation substances for emergencies." Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click number %D, string equals 17669339406351905, /5 days in the forest _%D, string equals 509805816720158112, for visiting. Hopefully, it ends well. George honestly felt that using the camp's juniors to ambush the team was going to end horribly either way. Whether they succeeded in their ambush or failed, there were bound to be some heavy injuries. Alas, he knew that it was needed to test the team's reaction under ambushes. Especially when the wildness they would be dropped in the world's competition, was going to have 2,000 or so participants. There were bound to many frictions and ambushes happening 24/7. This was merely a small taste of what's about to come. 5 days later, in the early morning. Peep peep. Inside a small pitch-black tent, Felix's bracelet alarm abruptly went off, making him knit his eyebrows in irritation. Another **ing morning. Felix opened his eyes groggily as he stretched his arms and legs on the sleeping bed. He yawned while opening the zipper of his tent, letting the rays of light to grace his darkened tent. "Good morning, Captain." "Morning, Felix. Breakfast is almost ready." Felix looked at his teammates sitting on logs around a campfire, having their hands extended forward to heat them up in this cold morning. The sky might be blue and clear, but the morning wind in the woods was always a bit tough to handle. "Meat soup again?" Felix smiled as he saw a metal pot on top of the fire, filled with yellow liquid and small pieces of meat and vegetables. "Want a bowl?" Lexi asked shyly. Felix nodded his head as he sat on a log that was near Noah. "Yes, but just fill it to half as always. I don't know how you get the energy to move when you eat so little each day," Nathan said. The others looked at Felix in confusion as well, wondering the same thing. Felix merely smiled, not bothering to soothe their curiosity. It wasn't like he could tell them that he had a hidden stash of food and water in his spatial card. Though, Olivia kept giving him knowing glances, making him chuckle in his mind. So far, only Olivia and Noah knew about his spatial card, and none of them had any intention to lay out Felix's secret in the open. Olivia was trustworthy while Noah wouldn't even bother himself. I believe it's ready. Lexi, who was responsible for cooking their meals, tasted the soup with a small plastic spoon. After hearing so, everyone started giving her their bowls one by one in an orderly manner. Before long, the sounds of slurps and huffs kept resounding in the camp. How many flags did we gather so far? Felix asked as he never went out with them to find those flags. He always stayed in the camp with Olivia and Lexi as they were the only non-combat bloodliners in the team without a single defensive or attacking ability. So far we got 9. Johnson took a small sip and clarified, it might sound like a lot, but considering that we are the only ones in the forest without any real dangers, it was easy. Phew. Boom. Crack. Watch out. Johnson stopped talking at once, as he reflexively threw himself forward, narrowly evading 3 flaming arrows, which were aimed at his back. Without staying on the ground for a split second, he stood up with tensed shoulders, looking around him. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't just him who got ambushed, as each member of the team had their own shares of trouble. Though, soon his eyes were greeted with the sight of Felix having Olivia and Lexi dangling on top of his shoulders. Way to jinx it, Johnson! Felix sighed in irritation as he put the dazed Olivia and Lexi next to him. Chapter 228, Eating Within the Chaos. I will keep it fair and continue eating my breakfast. Felix looked at the juniors, who had their abilities active while surrounding the camp, and said calmly, just don't aim at me or those 2. Don't listen to his bullshit and target the healer and buffer. A well-toned man with a scar on his forehead ordered coldly while pointing 3 hovering bronze daggers at the worried Olivia and Lexi. Alas, he should have just listened. Phew. Pang. By the time the sound of wind resounded in the ears of the well-toned man, his forehead was struck by a small pebble, making him stagger 2 steps behind before standing stiffly. Startled, the juniors near him turned around and promptly gasped out loud at the sight of their captain, having a pebble stuck right in the middle of his forehead. A tiny drop of blood coursed down from the wound, letting them know that his injury was pretty serious. Thud. Mortified and stunned, the juniors kept looking at their captain suddenly falls to the ground with his eyes rolled at the back of his head. If it wasn't for his chest raising ever slightly, they would have pissed themselves in fright at the thought of him dying from a single F***ing pebble. Soon, they switched their vision to Felix and saw him withdrawing his hand from a flicking animation while taking small sips of soup. Be good lads and let me eat in peace. I won't repeat my warning. Felix said gently while wiping his mouth. However, his gentle voice sent chills coursing down the spine of everyone, even Adam and the viewers in the monitor room. They knew that Felix was strong to the point it was uncanny, but to use a small pebble to take down the leader of the ambushing squad, who was definitely in greater purity. That was a bit too frightful. Does he even need a team? The director said with a tingle of disbelief. This was the first time he saw Felix, demonstrating his superior physical strength, as in the practice runs in the camp, Felix rarely bothered to use more than his deadly para-acid combo. Boom! The sound of Noah's ice mace, smashing into the ground, brought everyone back in their senses. This wasn't the time to be shocked. Seeing Noah making the first move, Adam and the rest popped off their abilities, entering a battle formation. This was one of the many ones they trained in the camp until it was ingrained in their souls. Strike! Walton shouted as he lifted himself in the air and started aiming his wind blasts at the juniors, who were mainly standing on branches. Meanwhile, Kenny and Johnson went off the radar, probably already about to reach the backlands and start taking out the defenseless ones. Phew! 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 Hiding behind a tent, Amelia kept taking down one junior after the other using her green arrows. Surprisingly, her arrows weren't traveling in a straight line but actually zigzagging through the branches until they get implanted on a red target, that was appearing only in Amelia's eyes. It seemed like she already reached origin purity and unlocked her strongest ability. However, the red targets were placed on the juniors' non-vitals, as the familiar faces of some of them were enough to let Amelia know that this was merely a drill by George. Lena Shields. Composed, Adam ordered, taking over command of the team after Felix decided to be a spectator. Swoosh. Swoosh. That being said, Lena didn't need him to order her around, as she was already engulfing her teammates in water bubbles, each time she noticed that they were in a difficult position. Those water bubbles might seem like they had a thin layer and weak, but in reality, their defenses were correspondent to Lena's integration. Since she was actually on origin purity as well, none of the juniors' attacks managed to penetrate her ability. After all, the strongest of them was merely in greater purity. Just like this, the juniors, even with their multiple numbers, weren't able to make proper trades. They were getting hit left and right without the ability to dish the same damage out. Unlike Lena and Lexi, their buffers were absolutely useless, as Kenny and Johnson were keeping them busy, forcing them to focus only on protecting themselves. It wasn't like the camp juniors didn't have assassins within their ranks to take down Lena or Lexi. But the sight of Felix, sitting calmly next to them while sipping soup from a bowl, kept making those assassins have second thoughts about approaching them. His warning was, and the image of their captain losing consciousness by one pebble was still fresh in their minds. F***ck this shit, 100 low-tier stones isn't worth risking my life. In the end, the two assassins retreated, having no plans to endanger their lives for the reward that was proposed to them by the director. Obviously, everyone who took part in this drill wasn't out of their goodwill, but simply to earn more energy stones to better themselves in the training field. After all, not everyone could afford training in the UVR's rooms, where one wouldn't need to be bothered about wasting energy after each ability used. Crack. Arg. Take it easy, Noah. Don't strike them that hard. Adam shouted after hearing the cry of Junior, who had his entire arm snap into a different direction by a single strike. Unresponsive, Noah kept swinging his mace at the horrified frontliners, who were trying their best to either evade or defend, not having a single thought about hitting back. Noah was literally holding 4 juniors all by himself without even using his peak active ability. Boom. Boom. Meanwhile, the camp was starting to get ruined by the elemental rangers from the other side, as some tents were falling apart while others were burning in flames. Nonetheless, Felix's tent was completely alright, as he was sitting in front of it. No one dared to aim in his direction. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number %D, string equals 17669339406351905, / eating within the chaos, _%D, string equals 5099952543059043 for visiting. Although the camp was in a bad state, the woods surrounding it were actually even worse off, as Adam and Sarah's abilities were extremely destructive in this environment. Trees were being burnt down to the ground, forcing the juniors to escape from the hellish flames. However, before the flames start to spread away from the impact area and burn whatever in sight, it abruptly burst into orange particles, marking the end of the ability or its early deactivation. Just like Felix's poisonous mist, which spread for a couple of seconds before disappearing, everyone's elements were the same. There wasn't a single ability that remains permanently after activation. After all, if that happened, it wasn't far-fetched to call Bloodliners creators. Imagine creating a tsunami that would remain even after the ability was turned off, or a single fireball burning an entire forest. That wouldn't make sense, as the abilities were created by elemental energy belonging to the Bloodliner and fueled by it. If the energy was gone, the abilities were gone. This meant Sarah couldn't burn the forest even if she wanted to, as the flames would disappear after a couple of seconds. Though, the area affected would be burnt for that duration. If it wasn't for such, the governments around the world would be terrified by the existence of the Bloodliners. As even a lesser purity Bloodliner with a single destructive ability could burn down a small city to oblivion single-handedly. After a while, prepare to heal the critically injured ones. Felix informed Olivia calmly after emptying what remained in the bowl with one mouthful. He noticed that the battle was about to be concluded soon, as most juniors were either lying on the ground, groaning in pain, or backed away, too terrified to re-enter the battle. "That's enough, guys, you did well." Felix wiped his mouth clean as he looked at the juniors, who were gazing at them from a safe distance. "You can leave now." He waved his hand dismissively while heading back to his tent. "Don't worry, George is going to reward you what he promised." Felix always knew that George was going to make it tough for them somehow or someway. He just didn't know when it was going to happen. George sure took his sweet time before sending the juniors, as those 5 days made Adam and the rest move in the forest with a lax attitude. Especially when George didn't make the juniors strike when they were split up to find the flags. That should have been the best opportunity to ambush them with small squads. Felix always believed that George was going to take that approach as it was the most logical one. Instead, he threw at them 20 juniors or so all at once when they just woke up, hitting them where they least expected. Thankfully, the team showed a reaction that made George beyond satisfied. As Felix said, "This is over." George's voice suddenly resounded from the sky, making everyone lift their heads and gaze at a drone that was merely 50 meters above them. After receiving a real confirmation, the juniors released a long breath of relief as they turned around and dashed through the woods, escaping from those monsters. Without Felix even making a move, they still lost pretty horribly. They didn't dare to think about what would have happened if Felix decided to join the fun. "Olivia, please heal the critical injured first," as the others were given a rejuvenation substance. "Okay." Olivia nodded her head at George's request and began planting on their heads before using Lily's blessings on herself, healing 7 juniors at the same time. If her energy wasn't holding her back, she would have been able to actually heal everyone in the area, as she had more than 30 petals in her lily flower. After a while, she was left huffing in exhaustion, making Sarago bring her the plant energy stones from her backpack. Though, this time she didn't waste her energy on them but took the substance and applied it to the injured area. Her ability simply alleviated their critical injuries, as it was activated on many of them at once to actually be potent. Chapter 229, Securing 10,000 high-grade sandstones. 10 minutes later. The camp was cleaned up and brought back in shape. Olivia had already finished healing everyone and was currently taking a breather near a newly made fire camp. Since the moment Felix entered his tent, he didn't leave it for even once. Dale kept glancing enviously at his tent, knowing that he was probably inside the UVR. As he assumed, Felix was truly sitting in the living room of his house, dialing Godi for the 3rd time to check if he had anything in stock yet. When he contacted him the first time, he was told by Godi that bottles were still on their way to his shop in the real world, and they would be arriving 4 to 5 days later with the rest of his shipments. Felix already called him yesterday but found nothing, and he was hoping that today might be different. After all, he was left with only 13% before reaching the origin purity, and Felix wanted to reach 96% as fast as possible and CJ, Ramongandra's memories in order to find a solution for his dilemma. "Cluck. Where are my bottles?" Felix straightaway asked. Instead of responding, Godi asked, "Are you ready to pay your debt for the previous 4 bottles?" "Tisk, I will wire it now." Felix clicked his tongue in irritation as he sent 790 million SC all at once, reducing his capital to merely 700 million or so. "Hehe, and the payment for the upcoming 3 bottles?" Godi chuckled in delight as he asked. "The usual method," Felix said, implying a 3 months delay. Hearing so, Godi immediately sent him the serial code for the 3 bottles and hung up. Unbothered, Felix dialed Bodadi's number. After waiting for a few seconds, the call went through. Felix informed him about the bottles and potions, which he bought 5 days before. After getting the shipment fees for them, Felix wired it and gave him the same coordination as before, telling him to bring him his stuff there in the usual 3 days. Cluck. The moment he received a confirmation, Felix hung up and logged out of the UVR. He only entered to make those calls as he didn't want his voice to be heard in the tent or to use the Queen's messaging system. A few moments later, he unzipped the tent and went outside. He looked around him and noticed that everyone was trying their best to fix the ruined tents. Unfortunately for Olivia, the big tent she was on before was utterly destroyed, making her homeless just like her tent mates. Did the instructor say anything? Felix asked while approaching them. He mentioned that we won't get ambushed for the rest of the duration and we should just focus on gathering the flags. Nathan replied. That's good. Felix nodded his head and started assisting them with fixing the tents. Though only 3 of them were fixable as they had their sticks broken, but the cloth still all right. Felix and the rest simply took sticks from the tents which were burnt out and replaced the broken ones. That being said, this made the camp have only 2 small tents and 2 medium-sized ones while they were 14 in total. The boys should sleep the next 2 days in the open. Johnson proposed while pointing at his medium-sized tent. My tent can hold 4 at most. Though, it will be a little bit tight. Everyone turned their heads at Felix, wanting to see if he approves or not. After all, his tent was counted as part of the remaining 4. Suit yourselves. Unbothered by the proposal, Felix shrugged his shoulder before jumping on a tree branch. After leaning with his back against the trunk, he sat in a mediation position and closed his eyes. The rest ignored this sight, as for the past 5 days, Felix always spent 10 minutes sitting like that on a tree. They assumed that he was mediating to clear out his mind, but in reality, Felix was currently receiving his daily affinity enhancement dose from Asna. Since his body wasn't as trashy as in the early days, Felix was able to increase his intake of the sand-purified energy, making him increase his affinity rating by 3% each day instead of 1.5%. So far, he had reached a 24% affinity rating during the past 8 days. If he continued like this, he would be at 100% in no time. Though the purified sand energy was also getting reduced rapidly, and the 2,500 high-grade stones or so, which he managed to gather with extreme difficulty, were not going to last him forever. 10 minutes later. Ah, such a pity. Felix sighed in dejected after noticing that the intensity of the euphoric feeling was getting weaker and weaker until he was back to normal. Asna, how much purified sand energy am I left with? He asked while jumping down the tree. Not a lot, she said, it's barely enough for 3 more enhancements. I see. Felix thought while heading back to his tent, I guess it's time to check on Mr. Igri's investment results. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number %, D, string equals 17669339406351905, /securing 10-000 high-grade sandstones, _%, D, string equals 510047094561122232, for visiting. After a few rings, the call got connected. Felix immediately asked Mr. Igris, how many shares did you purchase? So far, 4.54% from Heavy Mining Industries. Mr. Igris clarified, I am taking my time as the shares prices have gone up quite high after I purchased such a big amount all at once. Felix looked at the list of 5 companies given to him by Jadi and realized that the company chosen by Mr. Igris was the one Jadi had his shares in, and advised Felix to do the same before. How many coins did you spend in total? Felix asked. 160 million SC. All right, don't buy any more, keep the 40 million for later investments. Felix paused for a second before asking, is the series still on schedule? Unfortunately, no. Mr. Igris clarified, I received news of a month delay due to the director wanting to refilm some scenes, which weren't to his liking. I see. Felix said, tell him to take all the time he needs, as long as he delivers the best performance. Will do. Which platform did you guys decide to air the series? Felix suddenly asked after remembering that the platform he watched the series in his previous life wasn't really one of the best ones in the Empire. The first season would be aired Empire-wide in Network Max platform. Mr. Agrees replied smugly. You actually managed to sign a contract with them? Felix asked with a hint of delight in his tone. His joy was understandable, as that platform was the #1 in the Empire with the highest number of subscribers. Network Max was literally the Netflix of the Empire. Felix understood that his series would make a killing than he expected. Heck, in his previous life, the series had gone viral in the Empire, forcing the interested parties in watching it to pay the subscription fees to the platform it was on. Literally, people were paying monthly fees just to keep watching one series. That's how good it was. Now, they were going to be put straight away in the spotlight right after the release. There wasn't even the need to waste buckets of money on marketing. Felix couldn't imagine the number of coins he will be making. Good shit. I don't know how did you manage to pitch the series to such a behemoth, but I am extremely satisfied with your performance. Felix praised Mr. Agrees, not giving a crap about inflating his ego. He did good and he deserved a little bit of love. The fact that Mr. Agrees didn't call him even after securing such a good contract deal, just showed that he wasn't one to brag. Thank you for the compliment, but it was a team effort. Mr. Agrees said, chuckling. Felix sat up straight and said with a solemn tone, listen well to what you need to do. After the series gets aired and we get our revenue back, use 1 billion SC to invest in the Network Max platform. Buy as much as you can, and never hesitate even if the stocks were too pricey. Understood. It seems like you are expecting the series to make a killing and raise the platform's stocks market with it. Mr. Agrees easily guessed. Correct. Felix agreed, as there wasn't a need to hide from his investment manager. He understood that whatever he was going to invest in, his manager was going to use his own money and follow in his footsteps. All right, I will be on it. Mr. Agrees said. After receiving a confirmation, Felix said his goodbye and hung up. Now that he dealt with the series situation, he went to Heavy Mining Industries website and used his UVR ID to log in. The site wasn't open for the public but only for members of the company. Since Mr. Agrees was bound with a contract to invest with Felix's ID and not his, Felix had those shares under his name, which made him gain access to the website. Felix typed in the search bar of the site, elemental sandstones. Soon, he was transferred to another tab, that was displaying all 4 grades of the stone with prices written next to them. Surprisingly, there was actually a 10% discount on all of them, except for the peak grade stones. Felix wanted to press on the peak grade stones but they seemed grayed up when compared to the rest. He guessed that his access wasn't high enough to get priority on buying them. Just as he assumed, he was shown that only the top 10 shareholders of the company were allowed to buy a limited stock each month. Felix knew that there should be high-leveled sand elementalists in those seatings, as peak-grade stones were a must for their energy recovery. And being a shareholder of the company responsible for mining his element, was a much better method of getting them than competing in auctions. Not that Felix cared about competing with them for those stones, as he simply wanted to get a 100% affinity rating before jumping out of this company's ship. A minute later, Felix finished buying the 10K stones that he needed and logged out of the website. He immediately gave Bodadai a call and gave him the serial code of the entire shipment. Since he was actually buying a lot at once, the weight smashed through the roof, making Felix cringe at the shipment fees. Despite so, Felix just tightened his lips and pressed confirm on the order. Right now, he was expecting 3 bloodline bottles, tens of potions, tens of substances, and 10K stones in one delivery, reaching in 3 days. With them, he expects to reach 70% affinity rating and 95% integration before the world's competition that was about to start 16 days from now. Chapter 230, The J. Ramongandra's Memories I. 12 days later. Felix could be seen lying face down on the carpet of his room under a puddle of sweat. He was completely passed out. Asna was already numbed by this sight, as during the past 10 days, Felix had integrated 10% with a 2 days interval, making him jump from 86% integration to 96%. The 3 bloodline bottles he bought had luckily given him 14% essence, letting him have enough to reach origin purity all at once. Sadly, it didn't matter, as before dealing with the J. Ramungandr, Felix wasn't planning to integrate a single percentage more. Right now, Asna was simply waiting for him to wake his ass up so she could show him the mismatched memories that she found from awakening to this point in time. Fortunately, Felix didn't keep her waiting for long as he opened his muddled eyes slowly. Not letting a single sound, he simply drank rejuvenation potions until he felt all right again. He cracked his joints while sighing in relief at finally making it to the end of the purification realm. Well, 3% were still needed, but in Felix's eyes, if the problem with J. Ramungandr wasn't solved, it wouldn't a far-fetched reality to call it the end. Asna, I will visit you after a quick shower, Felix said while picking his towel from the closet. Gloomy, Asna made a sound in agreement while reading his hopeful thoughts about the J. Ramungandra's memories. I hope he won't be too disappointed. Dispirited, she sighed while closing her eyes, rewatching the latest memories for the 10th time now, hoping to see a clue she missed before. Alas, nothing changed. 20 minutes later, in Asna's mist-made mansion, Felix brought a chair and sat next to Asna, who wasn't showing a single sign of her gloominess before. Instead, she was smiling charmingly while patting the empty side of the bed with her hand. Come lay next to me. She played with her feet in contentment. It's cozy under the bed sheets. I would rather stay here, Felix said. Now, start telling the memories from the earliest days of the J. Ramungandr to his death. It's better if I just showed you. Asna snapped her finger, creating a mist-made mirror, that appeared more like a TV screen. She glanced at Felix's startled expression and smiled. Unlike you, I have full control over my memories. She patted the side of the bed again. Now come lay next to me, it's going to be a long movie. If you insist. Felix smiled faintly as he went and tucked himself in the bed sheets. As always, Felix only refuses offers like those once to show his manners, but after the second time, he never turns the other side. Though, none of them pulled anything iffy and kept it respectful between them. Felix was too bothered by the J. Ramungandra's situation while Asna wasn't in the mood to tease Felix. Have in mind that we will be seeing from the J. Ramungandra's point of view, Asna informed Felix just as she clicked play. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus at the screen, which was displaying everything in grey color, making it extremely hard for Felix to see what was going on. He knew that he would be seeing through the J. Ramungandra's eyes, but he didn't expect it to be this shitty like normal serpents. However, those thoughts were soon removed from his mind after seeing an infrared tiger-like creature walking past the J. Ramungandr. He was shocked as the tiger appeared massive, making him either believe that the J. Ramungandr was extremely small or the tiger was a giant. This is when the J. Ramungandr was still a baby snake. Asna paused the memories as she clarified his doubts while eating from a bucket of popcorn, which God knows when she created it. No wonder! Felix exclaimed while extended his hand in her direction. Asna put a few pieces of popcorn on his hand and pressed play again, unbothered by his vexed expression at her stinginess. Felix threw one popcorn in his mouth while watching the mini J. Ramungandr slither through the greyed-out grass field. It kept slithering aimlessly while hissing with its cute tongue from time to time. Just as Felix was wondering how could the J. Ramungandr, the primogenitor of poison element, one of the rulers in the early days of the universe, be a normal clueless snake, the screen suddenly turned completely bright red. Then, came nothingness. The screen went pitch black for 5 seconds before the world brightened up again, but this time it truly brightened up. The grass field was green and stretching for miles, the sky was clear blue with tiny clouds drifting by the wind. Felix felt like he was watching from the eyes of a human instead of a serpent. Even the silence from before was gone as the sound of the wind, whizzing by kept resounding from the screen. Before Felix could ask for Asna's input, he was horrified to see two human-like hands, fully encased in L.U.S.True's dark green scales. The hands kept being tightened into fists, making the long sharp nails hide inside the fingers, before retracting again outside after the fists were unlocked. This action kept going over and over again, making Felix understand that the J. Ramongandr was just as confused as he was. Soon, the screen was blackened yet again for 2 seconds before showing that J. Ramongandr was walking in a steady manner, treading between humongous trees, which were surprisingly purple, and had giant dangling banana-like fruits from its branches. The fruits kept emitting a purplish mist, yet that didn't seem to stop the J. Ramongandr as he jumped one single time and plucked one of them, bringing it down to the ground. Thud! A massive crater was resulted from his landing, raising a cloud of brownish dust. Felix was speechless as now he knew where his super strength came from. After all, he clearly saw that the J. Ramongandr didn't put much strength either in his jump or his fall. The crater literally resulted from his weight only. Before he could linger on the weight of J. Ramongandr, he saw him lift the fruit above his head before bringing it to his mouth, which was widening gradually to the point, Felix believed that his jaw was dislocated. Crunch! The J. Ramongandr bit the giant fruit from the middle and started chewing with purplish juices spraying everywhere. Tshshshshs. Felix looked at the bottom of the screen and saw some drops of those juices were sizzling on the leaves, corroding them within a second. Burp. The J. Ramongandr wiped his mouth with his thick green-scaled arm as he burped in satisfaction. That explains my messed up tasting buds. Felix pursed his lips in a mess.e.m.e.nt. Pay attention, you will see his face soon. Asna broke his thought process while gesturing with her head at the screen that went black again. Sure enough, the reflection of the J. Ramongandr could be seen on the water of a clean leveled lake. Felix couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise after seeing his green-scaled face, which had fangs protruding down his purple lips, long pointy ears, violet serpent-like eyes, and lastly his long dark purple hair with greenish tips. The exact opposite of what Felix inherited from his mutation. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience, please click number %, string equals 17669339406351905, / the J%C3%B6 Ramongandr S memories I_%, string equals 510232712310272251, for visiting. The J. Ramongandr kept touching his cheeks gently while parting his lips slightly before closing them back again. He kept doing so until bizarre irritating sounds started to emerge, shocking Felix to his core as he felt that the J. Ramongandr was trying to speak. He didn't know how was he going to achieve so, and in which language was he going to speak, but he was eager nevertheless to hear what he had to say. He didn't worry about the language barrier as the Queen was the perfect translator. The number of languages she had in her data was unfathomable, reaching back to the Dark Ages. After waiting for a while, his patience was rewarded by a somewhat peculiar constructed long chair of noises, which was released from the mouth of the confused J. Ramongandr. Hvor mek. Queen, please translate. Felix requested with a confident smile. Unfortunately, his confidence was wiped out of existence after the Queen responded for the very first time in his life with an answer, I apologize, but I do not recognize the language. She informed the dumbstruck Felix, if you managed to bring me the language phonetics and lexicon, you will be rewarded with 10 billion SC. For the Queen, who hunts for new data each second, a newly discovered ancient language was worth 100 times more than the garbage data she bought from Earthlings. That being said, if even she didn't know the language, how the F***ck Felix would know it? Hopeful, Felix turned around and asked Asna, do you know what did he say? Asna nodded her head as she told him, he said, who am I? Who am I? Bewildered, Felix repeated the question in his mind, not knowing what to think anymore. Everything that was going on was messy and confusing. A tiny normal snake suddenly became the J. Ramongandra after red light, and if that wasn't enough, the J. Ramongandra turned human-like with the ability to understand and actually speak. Yet, he knew how to speak with a legit language that Asna could somehow understand. But he didn't even know his existence? Too bad, Felix's confusion had just gotten worse after hearing the J. Ramongandra speak again, but longer this time. Hvat min purpose? Felix looked at Asna, making her translate. He said, "What is my purpose?" Hvat min purpose. Boom. Chapter 231, The J. Ramongandra's Memories 2. Felix stopped speaking at once after seeing with his own eyes how the J. Ramongandra smashed both of his fists into the ground, resulting in the entire lake's water being lifted hundreds of meters in the air. Then blackness again. The memory scene was cut off. "What's wrong with him?" Felix asked. "Nothing." Asna shook her head. How could him not knowing his purpose to be nothing? Felix knitted his brows as asked. "Why ask me?" Asna gave him a half shrug. "How would I know? I am not buying it." Felix scoffed and gestured with his hand for her to play the memories. If she weren't going to answer, then he would find out by himself. The screen soon lighted up and started displaying a mountain chain with green mist drifting on their peaks instead of snow. Felix wasn't interested in this, but in the fact that those mountains appear quite small in his vision, like he was watching from the eyes of a giant. His guess was soon proven correct as the J. Ramongandra had returned to his serpent form and was slithering from a peak to another, leaving behind him that greenish mist. After the J. Ramongandra reached the highest peak, he started coiling around it until the peak completely disappeared. Only now was Felix able to see his body. He was extremely long, coiling tens upon tens of times from the mountain's base to its peak. Just like his human form, his scales were L.U.S.True's dark green. However, now he had purplish mysterious-looking inscriptions written on his body. So many of them, Felix's eyes couldn't keep up to counting even 100 before he reached his limit. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click number %, D, string equals 17669339406351905, / the J %C 3% B6 Ramongandra S Memories 2 _%, D, string equals 51043087421603208, for visiting. Asna, do they have a meaning? He asked. Of course. Asna agreed. Then, there was no then, she just kept throwing a popcorn after the other in her mouth, engrossed in watching the J. Ramongandra gazing at the sky. Tisk, fine then, keep your secrets. Felix clicked his tongue in criticism. He was already numb to having his inquiries getting shunned like this. Thus, he just returned to the screen and kept watching, well, nothing really, as the J. Ramongandra kept looking at the sky for minutes before the scene was changed again. However, instead of moving forward like before, the same scene was played again, then again and again, making Felix a bit anxious, as he understood that the memories extracted from the essence weren't all going to be useful. Heck, the J. Ramongandra had lived for probably billions of years. It was simply impossible for Felix to collect even 0.000001% of the memories. And even within these collected memories, there were bound to be useless scenes like these. He just hoped that there would be fewer of them by the time they reach the end. Thankfully, the memories weren't stuck in one place for long, as the next scene showed that the J. Ramongandra was back in his human form as he was seated in an ancient emperor chamber of sorts. Felix guessed so by the fact the J. Ramongandra's hands were resting on the arms of a glamorous purple-made chair, green carpet under his feet, stretching to a humongous gate that had a logo of a serpent that was eating its tail, and lastly, the statues of the J. Ramongandras in both of his forms placed at the sides. Ka thumb. The gate was pushed open slowly by two halflings, which had a serpent lower body and human upper body. But their entire skin was covered in mismatched yellow and green scales. After the halflings pushed the gate wide open, they bowed to the J. Ramongandr and returned to their position at the sides of the gate, entailing that they were merely gatekeepers. Soon, the real three visitors entered slowly with their heads buried in their chests. They were halflings as well, but they were well dressed and wore L.U.S.True's bracelets at the end of the tail. After reaching before the J. Ramongandr, they kowtowed 3 times while shouting out loud in devotion, Heil till J. Rin, Ramongandr, Forefather Rin, Midgard Serpent, J. Rin, Re Serpent, Ragnar Rin, K. Bringer, OK Poison in Primogenitor. Verheil 2. After doing so, they remained with their foreheads glued to the carpet for a couple of seconds before getting permission to stand by the J. Ramongandr. Lee. The J. Ramongandr said. Before Felix could ask Asna, she paused the memories and said excitedly, Give me a second. I will be adding dubbing with manly voices to enhance the experience. Isn't this too much of manipulation? Felix could only nod his head speechlessly. A second later, she rewound the memories and pressed play. Hail to the J. Ramongandr, the Forefather, the Midgard Serpent, the World Serpent, the Ragnar, K. Bringer, and the Poison Primogenitor. We hail you. They said. Speak. The J. Ramongandr said. Not daring to lift his head, the halfling in the middle began talking with a bone-chilling hatred, Our brethren and sisterin in the 187th leaf of 57th branch, had been r.a.p.ed, plundered, and slain by the hands of your archenemy's followers. Every town, city, worship holy grounds, were burnt and ruined to oblivion. The left halfling said. We came here, seeking your blessings to regain your honor and avenge our dead brethren and sisterin. The right halfling beseeched as he banged his forehead on the carpet, kowtowing so hard, his forehead started to bleed. Did Thor's followers receive his blessings during their raid? The J. Ramongandr asked indifferently. Yes. One of the followers had summoned a massive thunderstorm above a city, covering it entirely. He trembled as he kept retelling the events. The storm was raining down with lightning bolts, striking down with abnormal accuracy anything that moved. That sort of godly powers couldn't be achieved by lowly mortals like us. He replied in aggravation. Since he decided to interfere in the mortal plane's affairs, you shall show his followers, why am I coined as the Ragnar, K. Bringer. The J. Ramongandr suddenly stood up and took a deep breath, then he spewed a purplish miasma through his lips at the 3 eager and exhilarated halflings, making them absorb the miasma through their 7 orifices. Thud. 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 The 3 halflings' bodies kept twitching on the ground with their slits widening to the limit. They were soon lifted in the air with their 3 limbs stretched further apart, and their back was bent backward. No wonder they call it blessings. Engrossed, Felix thought while chewing slowly on a popcorn. Shortly after, the 3 halflings were placed gently on the carpet after the purplish miasma was absorbed completely by their bodies. Instead of standing up immediately, they entered a kowtowing position and began chanting, We hail the J. Ramongandr. We hail the J. Ramongandr. Enough. The J. Ramongandr receded on the throne and said coldly, You have enough power now to bring ruins on 3 leaves. I expect nothing less. FCK. Felix cursed loudly after the screen promptly went black again, marking the end of the memory scene. F***ing hell. I wanna see what happens next. He was truly pissed as things were just getting heated before it went dark. Is the next scene going to have battles between the worshippers? He asked Asna with a hopeful gaze. Unfortunately, Asna shook her head. Sigh, that sucks. Getting interrupted just when the plot started to thicken was really a d.i.c.kish move. Alas, Felix could only swallow his disappointment and start analyzing what he saw so far. It seemed to him that the J. Ramongandr had either taken over a mortal world and started expanding by raising the number of his worshippers in that said planet, or he was the creator of the serpent halflings race. Though, Felix was more inclined to believe in the second hypothesis, as those halflings had referred to the J. Ramongandr as the forefather, meaning they were part of his flesh and blood. This exactly what Asna told him after he awakened, that the current beasts were only normal creatures way back. Still, after being mated by the primogenitors, their born children had gained part of the primogenitors' abilities and traits. Those serpent halflings had an upper body almost resembling the J. Ramongandr was another point that further proved this hypothesis. That being said, there was a flaw in this hypothesis, and that was J. Ramongandra's ability to mate with such weak and mortal serpents. After all, how could normal serpents and snakes even be able to carry the seed of a being of such a magnitude? This mystery could only be solved by watching the memories of the J. Ramongandra's mating ritual. Unfortunately, Felix knew that those memories were not within the ones that Asna gathered, as they had already passed through that period of time. If he wanted to have a chance at finding out the answer, he could only continue gathering the J. Ramongandr essence or ask him face to face. Felix wasn't planning on doing the first one and hoped to avoid the second one at all costs. Asna, what do you think they were talking about when they were referring to leaves and branches? He asked in confusion, as this was always on his mind. During the primogenitors era, the universe terminology was completely different than nowadays. She said, the galaxies were being referred to as celestial trees, the solar systems were branches, and finally planets were leaves. She clarified, those are just the basic terminology used. There were still many more. Felix didn't hear the last part as he was thoroughly stunned. The three halflings' speech was playing completely different in his mind. Before, he assumed that they talked about a country getting raided on the planet they were staying on. But now, he realized that his vision was extremely narrowed. How could the J. Ramongandr not own multiple planets and solar systems under his rulership? Heck, he probably already owned an entire galaxy or multiple ones. Though, Felix shouldn't be blamed, as the time skips happening after each scene were probably in the 100,000s of years to millions. Now, he was attempting to kill off the consciousness of this being, who owned galaxies and created an entire race single-handedly. He would be lying if he said he wasn't terrified and worried. Alas, those two emotions wouldn't bring anything to the table in terms of fixing his issue. The issue was pretty straightforward. Either he gets rid of the J. Ramongandr, or he would be forever stuck in the purification realm. Chapter 232, The J. Ramongandra's Memories 3. That being said, everything that he saw wasn't really giving him a clue either. And from the fact that the scenes showed that the J. Ramongandr and Thor were already perceived as mortal enemies, it meant that the memories were at their last stretch. Only a couple of scenes were left before starting the final battle, which ended with having both the primogenitors dead. Felix hoped dearly that one of those scenes would be the key to his dilemma. Seeing that Felix was ready, Asna pressed play. And just as she said, the scene truly didn't show the fights between the followers, but just utter darkness with a couple of stars here and there. This scene was shown more than 20 times for 3 hours straight, making Asna yawn in boredom once in a while. Meanwhile, Felix's focus didn't break even in such dreadful boredom. He knew that those scenes were showing the J. Ramongandr traveling through space. After all, the era was named after the primogenitor simply due to their ceaseless wandering in the cosmos. Can we just jump into the last two scenes? Asna yawned as she said, this space wandering is going to last for another hour before reaching them. Seeing that those scenes were just a waste of time, Felix gave his approval with a hand gesture. Vigorous again, Asna swiftly accelerated the movie until it stopped at a scene that was showing the J. Ramongandr facing a blue planet, somewhat resembling Earth. How big is he? Shocked, Felix had his eyes fixated at the planet that seemed like it was a soccer ball in the eyes of the J. Ramongandr. It was so small, Felix couldn't fathom how humongous the J. Ramongandr had to be for it to appear like that. Yet the worst had yet to come, as the J. Ramongandr approached the planet rapidly with his mouth wide open, making Felix's heart start beating out of his chest. He knew what was about to come and he felt terrified by the idea of it as the planet's resemblance to Earth was extremely high. Too bad, the J. Ramongandr wasn't going to wait for Felix until he regains his composure, as his widened mouth engulfed the planet, blocking every ray of sunlight from reaching it. Then, gulp! The J. Ramongandr closed his mouth, devouring the planet in one mouthful. He didn't even bit or chewed, he just swallowed it whole, sending chills down Felix's spine. The sight was too horrifying, he was left trembling in a never-felt coldness, even though he was tucked inside warm bed sheets. What scared him and agitated him the most wasn't the fact that the J. Ramongandr was able to devour planets but the resemblance of the planet to his Mother Earth. They were both blue and suspending peacefully in space without a single threat in sight. Yet, a second later, the planet's existence was erased from the universe. Why? Maybe the J. Ramongandr was bored, maybe eating planets was his meal, or maybe, because the planet was on the way of the J. Ramongandra's path. The sight of him continuing wandering forward like nothing ever happened made Felix feel for the very first time in this new life that he wasn't in control of his fate. Asna, are there beings left that can do the same? Felix asked calmly. All I can say is that the universe is ever expanding and creating, Asna said with a faint smile. I will take it as a yes. So what are you going to do about it? She asked. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number %, D, string equals 17669339406351905, / the J %C3% B6 Ramongandr S memories 3_%, D, string equals 5106713519513756, for visiting. Not responding, Felix closed his eyes while having his hand placed on his beating heart. His agitation and fright were dying down, letting his heartbeat slow down back to normal. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes slowly. He smiled faintly while having eye contact with Asna and said, nothing, but he turned his head, focusing back on the blackened screen, and promised from the bottom of his heart, I will never let myself experience the fate of being in that devoured planet. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, if it came to be, I would be the one devouring others. I will be the one devouring others. He repeated in his mind twice, making Asna understand that his resolve shouldn't be questioned or doubted. I can't wait to see that day comes, but for now. Asna played the movie, let's continue watching the final battle. Is it the memory scene that you told me about during the awakening? Yes, it will start in the final seconds of the battle. She asked, you ready? Play it. The first image that came before Felix was a cosmic silver hammer with electric charges coursing through its body, descending from above aggressively. Though the J. Ramongandr was clearly looking at the attack, he was neither moving nor planning to. He just kept gazing at his inevitable doom, getting closer and closer. Before Felix could even question his passiveness, he saw electric discharges passing through the J. Ramongandra's vision. Felix immediately knew that he was paralyzed. After all, he was fighting against the primogenitor of thunder and lightning himself. The paralyzing effect was expected to be potent even for the J. Ramongandr. Though, he recognized that wasn't enough to block the J. Ramongandr from using his element. So why wasn't he using any ability to save himself? Not receiving an answer, Felix watched the hammer connect with the head of the J. Ramongandr in such a destructive manner, 3 nearby planets turned into dust by merely its aftershock. Felix was able to see those planets as the J. Ramongandra's eyes were still wide open even with the colossal hammer implanted deep in his head. This made him also see Thor approaching the J. Ramongandr while encased completely in a purplish fog in the shape of a human. Too bad the fog was extremely thick, blocking Felix's vision from seeing Thor's visage. And what's worse, the eyes of the J. Ramongandr were closing down gently, marking the end of his eternity. A worthy death from the hands of a worthy opponent. At last, my meaningless search for a purpose had ended. The J. Ramongandra's satisfied murmurs traveled through the cosmos, making Felix wonder how he could do so, as sound couldn't transmit in space. So am I, my brother. So am I. An unfamiliar deep voice resounded from within the poisonous fog for a split second before going quiet. Felix didn't know if Thor truly died as Asna claimed. Still, he was more inclined to support it, since if the Ramongandra were affected heavily by the paralyzing effects of lightning, Thor wouldn't be spared from death when being encased in such a thick amount of poisonous miasma. That being said, Thor's life or death wasn't the focus in his mind currently, but the final words of those two beings. What did Ramongandra mean by saying that his search for a purpose was meaningless? Why the hell was he still searching for it in the first place? Shouldn't he be alive for billions of years by his death? That amount was enough for the clueless young Ramongandra, which Felix saw smashing the lake, to find already his reason for creation. But it seemed that he still didn't find it. What messed with Felix's brain even further was the fact that Thor actually agreed to Ramongandra's claim before his death. Didn't that f***ing mean he was also searching for his purpose but failed? Enough thinking it. Asna kicked him in his knee under the bed sheets, making his thought process break off. Why are you bothering about the primogenitor's matters when you still didn't even solve yours? She asked him in annoyance. Felix realized that she was right. This wasn't the time to derail from his main objective. He could always find out about the primogenitor's secrets later on, but the Ramongandra's consciousness, which was breathing down on his neck, needed to be solved now. After all, there was no guarantee that the Ramongandra wouldn't wake up at this moment and destroy Felix's soul to oblivion. Everything was said by Asna, who didn't even know about this issue in the first place. So Felix took her prediction of the Ramongandra awakening at 98% or 99% with a grain of salt. If it wasn't for so, he wouldn't stop at 96% but add one more percentage. Alright, please play them again from the start. He massaged his temples as he said, we will be analyzing every small detail this time. Felix wasn't planning on watching the memories just once and call it a quit. Though, it seemed that Asna had a different opinion. Felix, trust me when I say that the memories are useless. Asna yawned in boredom. I watched them 10 times meticulously, and I found nothing of use. I beg to differ. Felix shook his head, just play them, and I will be the judge of that. Fine, suit yourself. I am not going to watch it again. She handed him the remote control of her memories and requested softly, keep the volume down, I will be taking a nap. Speechless, Felix looked at her, covering her head with the bed sheets, and stopped moving at once. She truly went to sleep. Can I look at her memories with this? Felix wondered to himself as he played with the remote control. No. Tisk, can't I have a single thought without you hearing about it? Felix clicked his tongue in irritation as he clicked play on the screen. Still no. Chapter 233, Creating a Risky Plan. 8 hours later. Asna, wake up, I want to ask you something important. Felix said as he kept shaking Asna by her shoulder. His eyes were a bit bloodshot, showing that he spent the entire duration working his ass off on the memories. Let me sleep in peace. Irritated, she said while turning in the opposite direction from him. Can the Ramongandra revive using my body as a vessel? He fired off his question impatiently. Yes. She replied softly. Felix wasn't disheartened by the news in the slightest as he added his real question, if that happens, will he be a human, a serpent, both or neither? Asna suddenly exposed her head outside of the bed sheets and said with a frown, of course he will be a human. Can you clarify why? He asked in agitation. After he destroys our soul and takes over your body, he will be bound by the constraint of the human race. Think of it as he is simply possessing your body. He might be able to eat, breathe, have sex, or even cultivate. But, he will never be able to change the fundamentals that separate races from each other. She straightened her pose and continued her explanation. A human might possess mutations from a serpent, but that didn't mean he can be the serpent itself. If it weren't for so, human bodies wouldn't melt or explode within a couple of hours after you guys put 100% of the beast's essence in your bodies. True. Felix nodded his head in understanding. It was common knowledge that bloodliners, who integrated to 100% instead of stopping at 99%, would morph into the same beast for a couple of hours before having an internal meltdown, that would lead to either turning into goo or exploding. Just here on Earth, the images of the DNA collapsing on itself and the bloodliners transforming into mindless beasts before melting, were being displayed once in a while on TVs. The World Council did so to further scare off the juniors from having any retarded thoughts about being able to survive that damned fate and gaining an advantage over others or some protagonist bullshit. The message was clear: integrate 100%, and you will die in the worst way possible. Based on Asna's claim, this was due to the racial fundamental differences that were simply impossible to change. In another sense, the J. Ramongandra wouldn't be able to rely on this flaw in the human bloodline system to create the perfect vessel for him. Unless he had ways to stop the DNA sequence from breaking down during merely a couple of hours. So the moment the J. Ramongandra's consciousness possessed my body, he will be forever a human and be limited with human potential, lifespan, and other racial limitation, which were bestowed upon us by this biased universe. Correct? Felix asked with a grin. Yes. Unbothered by his salty tone, she asked in confusion, where are you going with this? After I watched the memories over and over again without finding a single method to kill off the J. Ramongandra's consciousness, I realized at my lowest point of despair that we have been looking through the whole thing with a wrong mindset. Felix said, chuckling. What do you mean? Instead of answering, Felix played the scene that was showing J. Ramongandra's interaction with the three halflings. After repeating this scene more than 5 times, I managed to understand some of the J. Ramongandra's personality traits. He fast-forwarded until the 3 halflings started weeping about the woes of their slain brothers and sisters. They were retelling the massacre of his people, probably his own descendants. Yet, he never showed a single hint of anger. He waited until they finished before asking them whether they received Thor's blessings or not. He grinned. This made me conclude that the J. Ramongandra isn't controlled by his emotions like most beasts but a rational being. Which is quite understandable due to his blood's nature. Felix fast-forwarded again until the scene showed the 3 halflings kowtowing and flattering the J. Ramongandra after receiving his blessing. Though, they soon got yelled at by him. This showed that he didn't like flattery or nuisance. In other words, he is a straightforward individual. He said. Felix kept displaying a scene after another while telling Asna the personality traits of the J. Ramongandra. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number %, D, string equals 17669339406351905, / creating a risky plan, _ %, D, string equals 51073598047184555, for visiting. By the end of the demonstration, Asna surprisingly found that Felix had actually pinpointed 6 personality traits, which were rational, straightforward, vengeful, proud, and ruthless. Though Felix cared only by one trait, and that was rationality. Asna, what do you think rational individuals have in common? He asked with a confident smile. Intelligence, patience, clear-headedness, sensibility, and more. She named a few, deciding to play along. Now, do you still think that the J. Ramongandra is going to kill us the moment he awakened? He clarified, for a rational being like him, he would first judge whether it is beneficial for him to kill us and possess my body or not. He asked, what does that mean? We will have a chance to talk things first. Asna's eyes brightened as she said, as long as he doesn't kill us straight out, we can always negotiate on his revival conditions. Exactly. Felix grinned, the fact that my body is beyond trash and my racial, social status is at the lowest rags of the universe's pyramid will make the J. Ramongandr have second thoughts about possessing my body. Asna was also confident in his claim, as she knew that not a single being, who was at the top of the universe, would agree to settle in the body of the human race, which had not a single attribute, unlike the other races. That being said, she recognized that the J. Ramongandr would still go for it as he wouldn't really have another choice now. Whether he liked it or not, he would be forced into lowering his standards and possess Felix's body. However, Felix already planned countermeasures for this as he said, I am going to offer him a deal that he won't be able to reject. Reading what he had in mind, Asna disapproved, he won't trust you to fulfill your promise. Plus, everything that we said so far is just a bunch of speculations. She added, who knows if this tiny consciousness is mindless and will strike our soul down the moment he awakened. Felix shook his head as he reminded her, if he was mindless, he would have killed me in the last time that he woke up. After all, just a single gaze with killing intent was enough for me to perish. How about trust? I was forced to trust you in helping me get my freedom due to having no other choice. She retorted while crossing her arms, but he has one. It might not be the best, but it is still a choice. I only have my word for it. I truly don't know if he will believe in me or not. Felix tightened his fists as he said, but that's a risk I am willing to take. Felix might seem like he was rushing, but in fact, he was left with no other choice than this one. He knew that he could wait years until he did extensive research on consciousness and such. But sadly, every gathered data would always be applied to beasts that were at best tier 7. After all, there wasn't any information about the primogenitors in the UVR. If he used those discoveries on the J. Ramongandr to either force him into staying dormant or killing him once and for all, his attempt might backfire at Felix. After all, it was highly likely that the J. Ramongandr could wake up when he feels threatened. By then all bridges to resolving this matter peacefully would be lost. What's the difference between the riskiness of that plan and this one? It was plain simple that when dealing with the J. Ramongandr, there was absolutely no such a thing as a foolproof plan. Either Felix takes the first lead and brave them on or wait for a miracle to happen and save him from his plight. It seems like you already made up your mind. Asna smiled bitterly and asked, are you going to integrate 2 days later after taking a break? Yes. Felix agreed while his form was disintegrating into mist particles, delaying the inevitable will bore no benefits besides getting me more stressed. After exiting his consciousness, Asna saw him taking out 5 sealed food containers from his spatial card and started wolfing them down like he didn't eat for days. She touched the heated empty side of the bed, where Felix was lying earlier, and realized that he probably didn't leave the consciousness for 8 hours straight. He really is working hard. She sighed, hopefully, everything goes as planned. Alas, deep down, she understood that most of Felix's plans rarely stay on track. And for such a risky plan, she truly wished that it doesn't derail from the script as well. Otherwise, death awaits both of them. Chapter 234, Meeting the J. Ramongandr. 2 days later. Felix was sitting on the carpet, huffing through his mouth with bloodshot eyes. Sweat was dripping down his entire body's pores akin to a fountain. However, a relieved expression was shown on Felix's face. He was relieved because he actually remained conscious after finishing integrating with 3%, making him reach 99%. He finally made it to the origin purity. Yet, not a single hint of excitement could be seen on his face. Instead, he hastily brought himself back to peak form with the rejuvenation potions and started glancing around him with a paranoid expression. Neither Felix nor Asna knew when or where the J. Ramongandr was going to pop off, and this sense of the unknown was creeping him out as he kept feeling like someone was going to jump at him from behind. Fortunately, minutes went by, and nothing was heard inside the room besides Felix's loud heartbeats. He was getting agitated by the second, as he always hated this F***ing feeling of the calm before the storm. In the end, Almost 2 hours had gone by, and Felix couldn't help but start to relax his tensed shoulders. He didn't dare to believe it, but the Ramongendra truly didn't show himself. Just as he began believing that Asna might have been talking out of her ass like always, he heard her crying out loud in his mind, "Felix, help! Shit! He is in my consciousness!" Worried, Felix immediately laid down on his bed and closed his eyes. He didn't know what was happening in his consciousness to make Asna beseech help like that, and he wasn't planning on remaining passive. The moment Felix opened his eyes, he stood up above the consciousness lake and began sprinting towards the mist mansion. Since it was quite close, Felix reached its premise in a jiffy. He looked at its gate and noticed that Asna was leaning against the wall while peeking with her head at the inside of the mansion. "I am here. Are you okay?" he asked in his mind while approaching her carefully. The moment Asna heard his voice, she dashed towards him with an aggrieved expression like she just got bullied and wanted him to seek justice. After reaching his side, she pointed her shaky finger at her mansion and cried loudly, "The old snake showed up while I was watching my drama, scaring me to the death." She put on a long face as she added, "He even kicked me out of my house and told me to be a good girl and stay outside until he deals with you." Felix's eyelids kept twitching the more he heard her speak. Here he was worried that she was attacked by the Ramongendra or something. But, it was obvious that she was overreacting after getting kicked out of her mansion. "Asna." He looked deeply into her eyes and said in vexation, "My emotions are truly wasted on you." Not waiting for her response, he took a deep breath and started walking towards the mansion. He didn't dare to keep the Ramongendra waiting for long. Though he felt that his nerves, which he expected would be agitated with each step he took, were actually getting pacified and at ease. He knew that something was going on for him to act like this, as he understood himself more than any more. Being calm and collected in such a nerve-wracking moment was absolutely impossible for him. He was still far from reaching that level of emotional control. Before long, Felix made it into the wide-open gate of the mansion. The moment he entered, his eyes landed on the Ramongendra in his human form, sitting on a purplish throne with his head resting on his knuckles. His expression was indifferent and somewhat sleazy. Visional-wise, he appeared the same as Felix saw in the memories. However, seeing him for real hit Felix 100 times harder than just seeing a reflection in the lake. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had feelings of kneeling and kowtowing before his gracefulness and pronounced pride. First, the feeling started soft, like a whisper that comes and goes, but as seconds went by, the feeling intensified to the point, Felix started to believe that worshipping this godly creation was the most natural set of action due. His knees started to bend on their own, making his dazed expression wrap and twist in resistance. "Asna. What's happening to me? Is he controlling my will or something?" Agitated and somewhat enraged, he fired off 2 questions in his mind while trying his best to endure the inborn feeling that was forcing him to kneel before the Ramongendra. "He is doing nothing to you." She sighed while peeking at the interaction further away, "Your own body is showing the necessary reaction before one of the beings at the top of the universe's social pyramid." "Sorry. I forgot to mention it since you felt the same towards me. How to stop it? I don't want to kneel." Infuriated, he shouted in his mind with veins throbbing down his temples. "You can leave the consciousness lake or close your eyes. Besides those 2 options, there is nothing much you can do." She smiled bitterly, "No one can defy the hidden hierarchy in the universe." Felix was extremely indignant about this. Why did he need to kneel just because he was born a human? Why did he need to go through this shit just because his rank on the hierarchy was at the bottom? Unfortunately, his disgruntlement and discontentment were doing nothing to stop his trembling knees from inching closer and closer to the ground. Felix felt that resisting his thoughts only wasn't enough to stop himself from kneeling. Thus, he clenched them with his hands tightly and started pulling in the other direction. This resulted in Felix having a weird posture that should have made it easier to lose his balance and fall in any direction. Yet, his feet were literally glued to the ground, not moving even an inch. Regardless, Felix kept pulling and pulling. The result? Nothing changed. His knees were adamant about touching the ground. Like hell, I will let that happen. Left with no choice, Felix created a misty butcher knife with a deranged expression and cleaved both of his legs in one single sweep, showing not a single hint of hesitation or fear. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number %D. String equals 17669339406351905 / meeting the J %C3% B6 Ramongundr _% D. String equals 51094589431412425 for visiting. Thud. Without support, Felix lost his balance and fell backward on his side. Blood was gushing out of his wounds akin to a dam being discharged. Uncaring about the puddle of blood beneath him and the waves of pain that had assaulted his being, Felix merely tightened his lips while giving the J. Ramongundra a defying gaze. Kneel? I would rather cut my 4 limbs before that happens. That's my Felix. Asna said in delight. She didn't expect Felix's resolve to keep his dignity at the border of insanity to cut his own legs. She knew that in this space, everything could be felt just like in real life. Thus, the pain he was experiencing was off the roof. Yet, Felix wasn't letting a single win see. He just kept gazing at the J. Ramongundra without closing his eyes for even a split second. Though he cleaved his legs, the feeling of worship was still intensifying without stop. He knew that closing his eyes was going to either reduce the feeling or remove it entirely. But Felix wasn't a retard to do so. After all, on what ground would he be talking to the J. Ramongundra if he was doing so with his eyes closed? How could he be giving him promises with his eyes closed? How could the J. Ramongundra even believe in him when he couldn't even look at him straight? Thus, Felix could neither kneel nor close his eyes. Let's not mention running away by exiting the consciousness. There was only one way forward, and that was to keep resisting and resisting until the J. Ramongundra approved of him. Thankfully, Felix didn't need to continue his resistance as the inborn feeling started withdrawing slowly on its own. Yet, he didn't feel thankful or relieved but actually peeved that he needed to fight his own body like he was hypnotized. The fact that the J. Ramongundra didn't actually do anything for it to happen pissed him off even more. Too indignant Mick. The J. Ramongundra asked indifferently. Asna, translate. Felix already knew that the J. Ramongundra was going to speak in his own language. After all, for a proud being like him, there was no way he would bother to learn the common universal language for Felix's sake. That's just preposterous. He asked, Are you indignant at me? Asna delivered. Felix snapped his finger, creating 2 new misty legs. He stood up with difficulty initially, but soon he was up again, with his back straighter than ever. He raised his head high up and replied, No. Hv. The J. Ramongundra asked. Why? Asna translated. If I am going to be indignant at someone, the universe would be the first one then me. Felix tightened his hands while gazing at them. It was the one who created this cursed hierarchy and put me at the bottom of it. I can't be going and blaming everyone on top of me in the hierarchy. I'm blaming myself for being weak enough not to change it. He suddenly smiled as he relaxed his fists. So? I will either break down it or topple over it. His casual way of saying so couldn't hide the determination and the hint of madness in his eyes. Felix never wanted to go through this shitty experience again with anyone. Neither Asna nor the J. Ramongundra could comprehend the feeling of humiliation that was burning his chest right now. It might appear astonishing to some that he fought the feeling of worship and kept his integrity intact, but Felix only felt like he was a clown before those two. A clown who was forced to dance against his will. You have earned my attention. The J. Ramongundra smiled faintly, speaking for the first time with the common universal language. His accent was actually more fluent and understandable than Felix's. It was evident that the J. Ermengarde already knew the language, and he deemed Felix as unworthy to make him facilitate the communication between them. However, after Felix's demonstration, the Ermengarde slightly changed his opinion of him. Felix didn't want to ruin this tiny bit of favor by being long-winded or flattering the Ermengarde. For a straightforward being like him, getting straight to the point was always a bonus. Thus, he immediately bowed his head respectfully by his own will, and said, "I am willing to fight tooth and nail to obtain the best vessel for your revival." He promised, "It doesn't matter if it is a tier 6 or tier 7 serpent beast. I will get it for you at any cost." Felix understood that the Ermengarde was smart enough to figure out what he was implying without giving him the context. Just as he assumed, the Ermengarde did knew what he was talking about, but his response was nothing short but shocking. "Who told you that I want to revive in the first place?" the Ermengarde asked with an amused expression. Chapter 235, Wrong Information. "You are joking, right?" Stupefied, Felix couldn't help lose his composure and speak to the Ermengarde in an informal language. However, instead of getting displeased by his reaction, the Ermengarde had actually started chuckling in a heartful manner. This broke his sense of otherworldliness and the overbearing presence that he kept releasing naturally. "Child, I am afraid not." He shook his head slightly and said with a hint of depression, "If I wanted to be alive, I wouldn't have died in the first place." Seeing that the Ermengarde was opening up, breaking the tense atmosphere, Felix stopped worrying about getting killed by one mean gaze. He created a chair and sat on it before proceeding to ask in doubt, "Why would you wish for death then?" Not responding, the Ermengarde simply kept gazing at the ceiling in an absent manner. Seconds went by, then minutes. Asna took advantage of his daze and sneaked inside, sitting right next to Felix. She created handcuffs and linked her wrist with Felix's. "We are in this together," she whispered while giving him a thumbs up, making him look at her speechlessly. Though, he didn't object or scold her for disobeying Ermengarde's instructions. He simply kept focusing on the world serpent, who clearly was lost in his own memories. Felix didn't know if the Ermengarde had all of his memories intact even while being simply a tiny consciousness from the main one, or he only had bits and pieces like them, making it difficult for him to recall what he wanted. Honestly, Felix hoped that the former would the one, as the Ermengarde with all of his memories could answer some of his inquiries if he was in the mood. 3 minutes later, the Ermengarde's dazed violet eyes regained their colors back as he let out a long exhale through his nostrils. "Child, what do you think will be the number one reason why immortality can turn from bliss to a curse?" Ignoring Asna, who was glaring at him defiantly, the Ermengarde asked Felix calmly. "How would I know?" Felix smiled bitterly, "I never lived past the age of 40. Immortality? It is still just a fantasy of mine." Felix would rather express his ignorance on the matter than feed the Ermengarde some bullshit answer, such as loneliness, not having a lover or a companion, when he never experienced any of the mentioned. The Ermengarde nodded his head in praise, "There is nothing wrong with not knowing, as long as you are willing to learn." "I am willing to learn," Felix said, very serious. Pleased, the Ermengarde smiled faintly and answered his own question, "It's the lack of purpose." Bewildered, Felix couldn't help but mention, "Wasn't your purpose to control and manage the poison element and its users in the universe?" Although Felix did hear Ermengarde's last words before his death, he always believed that he was implying a new purpose or goal that could ease the boredom of eternity. He believed so because Asna told him that the primogenitor's purpose was to control and manage the elements after his awakening. "Who told you such nonsense?" the Ermengarde asked in surprise. "Nonsense?" Startled, Felix turned to Asna and asked in irritation, "Were you lying to me before or what?" Felix had to ask as currently most of the information about the primogenitors was from Asna. Yet, the Ermengarde clearly denied the truthfulness of her proclamations. If he denied one, couldn't he deny the rest like the beasts having abilities was due to the primogenitors? Abashed, Asna coiled a lock of hair around her finger as she murmured, "The information that I gave you was from the memories of the people that I possessed in my previous life. How would I know if it was true or false?" Hearing so, Felix recognized that he was mistaken about Asna for a very long time. He always believed that the information, which she was feeding him, was from the elders of her race, informing her about the secrets of the universe. Thus, he rarely doubted anything that she told him as he thought that the elders in her race wouldn't have false information. But now? The truth was out. Asna was relying on the memories of the possessed souls, who invaded her prison. They were in the millions. This meant, their information might not be intact and simply based on rumors. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number %, D, string equals 17669339406351905, /wrong information _ %, D, string equals 511179486847844050, for visiting. Reading his thoughts, she huffed in dissatisfaction, "I am not stupid to not be able to differentiate between a fact and a rumor." Before Felix could start bickering with her again, the J. Ramongandra interrupted them. The primogenitor's purpose in life wasn't to manage the elements. But, most of us chose to do so as we were simply bored. He sighed, "We were given unprecedented strength by the universe, but we were left free to roam and do as we please with it." No wonder. Felix figured out the rest by himself, as it was obvious that most of the primogenitors chose to attach themselves with the mortal affairs to relieve their boredom like the J. Ramongandra. They created races, empires, and civilizations over the years while roaming the cosmos seeking an answer for the purpose of their existence. However, the mortals didn't know about any of this, and that made them assume that the primogenitors were created by the universe to control the elements and manage them. This misunderstanding kept being passed down from one generation into the other over the long period of years until the year someone paid Asna a visit in her prison and related to her. In a sense, Asna was just as ignorant as Felix about the primogenitors and their matters. At this point, God knows what else could be wrong. "So did you find your purpose?" Felix asked. "If I did, I wouldn't have given up on life and decided to end everything with one final battle against my greatest rival and friend, Thor." The J. Ramongandra sighed with a depressed expression. No wonder Thor referred to the J. Ramongandra as his brother during his last words. Felix perceived them as arch-enemies before, since the three halflings in the memories literally said so and the J. Ramongandra didn't object. But, it seemed like he got it all wrong, just like their worshippers. Thor and the J. Ramongandra shared an extremely close relationship between them, which honestly made more sense than being arch-enemies in Felix's eyes. He always felt like it was a bit peculiar for beings like the J. Ramongandra and Thor to actually kill each other due to conflicts between their worshippers. It just didn't make any sense for beings, who lived for billions of years, to end up dead eventually for worthless mortals. Felix could understand fighting but dying? That was too extreme. This applied to all of the primogenitors. In other words, their disappearance from the face of the universe had nothing to do with mortal affairs. Only now did he understood that their disappearance had a relation to seeking their purpose of life. For J. Ramongandra and Thor, they had decided to end their lives together in one final epic battle, as they couldn't handle living such a meaningless life any further. As for the rest of the primogenitors, Felix honestly had no idea if they chose the same method by fighting to the death or simply decided to slumber and hide in the corner of the universe, unnoticed by anyone. Whatever it was, all of the primogenitors seemed to suffer from what the J. Ramongandra went through. Their inactiveness in the previous eras had just further enhanced this conclusion. Who would have thought that a single negative emotion would be the cause of the primogenitor's disappearance? Just here on Earth, normal people decide to suicide after 15 years or above due to depression, sourcing from issues on their lives, betrayals, feelings of lostness, living without a purpose, and many more. Meanwhile, the primogenitors were experiencing that destructive depression for billions of years. No one could fathom such a long period of time, and Felix honestly believed that he would have killed himself if he only lived for 1 million years without a purpose or a goal to achieve. Depression is truly the vilest poison in the universe that had very few antidotes to its obnoxious effects. Felix smiled bitterly as he said, "Elder, I can't fathom what you have gone through to give up on your life before. But, I do hope that you consider living through this second chance of life." "What is the point?" The J. Ramongandra shook his head with a hint of acceptance in his eyes. "I failed to find the purpose of my existence even when I was in my strongest and had more time to wish for in my plate. So why will I repeat the same meaningless chase while being in a mortal vessel? Elder, the times have changed since the day you passed on." Felix elbowed Asna lightly, giving her a signal to read his mind. After seeing what he wanted, she huffed in annoyance and created a screen that was displaying Felix's memories about the UVR, the SG, the SGA, the connection of the races, the peacefulness of the universe without any large-scale wars, and many more. "You don't have to show me." The J. Ramongandra chuckled, "I have spent the past hour looking through your important memories. I am already familiar with you in the current era. God damn it! Why is everyone reading my memories?" Felix might be fuming on the inside, but he was smiling sheepishly on the outside. "Elder is more than welcome to browse as much as you please. I just hope that whatever you saw changed your decision for the better. I won't lie and say that I wasn't intrigued by the many wonders and creations of this era, but..." He shook his head, "I am still adamant on my point." Before Felix could add anything, the J. Ramongandra suddenly smiled oddly and dropped a bombshell on him. "I doubt that you will be this adamant in reviving me, if you knew that the poison manipulation which you seek couldn't be passed to you if I decided on reviving." Chapter 236, General View on the Universe's Past. "Come again." Stunned, Felix couldn't help but doubt his ears. "Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number %, D, string equals 17669339406351905, / general view on the universe's past _ %, D, string equals 51137779622538285, for visiting." He never thought that the poison manipulation was related to J. Ramongandra's well-being or needed to be passed down. After all, he was clearly told by Asna that it was an ability. If he reached origin purity, he would have a high chance of unlocking it. Still, Felix didn't despair yet, as he still hasn't looked through the unlocked peak ability after reaching 99%. Hopeful, he closed his eyes for a couple of seconds, diving within his memories. Alas, his heart was thrown to the bottom despair at the sight of an ability's name that was miles away from being coined in the same phrase as poison manipulation. "This can't be happening." Felix kept murmuring absent-mindedly while checking again and again, yet to no different result. He truly didn't get the poison manipulation. He didn't even bother to read the rest of the information about the ability, as no matter how amazing and astonishing it was going to be, it would never be the same as free manipulation. High chance of unlocking it? What a load of crap! Based on J. Ramongandra's words, Felix didn't have a single chance of getting it in the first place. Felix would be lying if he said that he didn't feel cheated and frustrated, but he also knew that it wasn't entirely Asna's fault for giving him such false hope. He understood that she didn't mean to trick him or anything, as she informed him what she believed was the truth. Seeing his miserable face, Asna apologized softly, "Sorry, I really thought that the strongest ability of the old snake is poison manipulation. It's not your fault." Felix sighed dejectedly, "I assumed it as well. My strongest suit is indeed poison manipulation." The J. Ramongandra agreed with them on this point, but he shook his head at their belief that poison manipulation was an ability. He proceeds to clarify, "Free elemental manipulation is a gift bestowed upon us with a bolt of lightning coming from above when we were still clueless little creatures. With that gift, we received intellect, strength, and immortality. so, that explains the red light in the memories. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise after remembering how the little snake was suddenly encased in bright red light before it transferred into the J. Ramongandr. It turned out that light was actually a bolt of lightning that struck the little snake. But, with its infrared vision, it appeared red in the memories. Why were you chosen exactly? Felix asked in confusion. That is part of the answers that we sought to find in our journey. The J. Ramongandr replied. No wonder that the primogenitors were driven into depression. They literally knew nothing about themselves. Why were they given such a gift by the universe in the early days of its creation? Why were unintelligent creatures bestowed those gifts at random instead of just creating a new race? Most importantly, why were they given such a tremendous amount of strength without the correspondent responsibility? No matter how many times Felix cursed the universe for being spiteful and giving the humans absolutely nothing, he knew deep down that it was partial and unbiased. If it didn't give the humans innate attributes like most races, it meant that it was for a reason. If the primogenitors were bestowed upon with these gifts without responsibility, it also meant it was for a hidden reason. He soon stopped thinking about the matter, as there was no way that he was going to find out the reason, when the primogenitors spent billions of years trying so but ending up in failure. Whatever theory or idea that came up in his mind, it was probably already found out hundreds of times. Hence, he emptied his mind from those overreaching matters and focused on what's near. Currently, not getting poison manipulation was his greatest concern. Seeing Felix deep in his thoughts, the J. Ramongandr smiled mildly as he said, "Child, you don't have to stress yourself about the poison manipulation. I was planning on passing it down to you before returning to the nothingness of death." Bewildered, Felix pointed at himself while asking, "Why? I doubt that I did anything to deserve getting it." "Of course, you don't deserve it." Surprisingly, the J. Ramongandr nodded his head in agreement. Not bothering by Felix, who was wincing in pain at getting burnt like this, he carried on talking with a hint of fury in his tone. "However, after I read some of your memories, I realized that a few primogenitors had broken a pact that we made together and decided to pass their elemental manipulation to their descendants." "A pact?" Both Asna and Felix titled their heads in confusion. Fortunately, the J. Ramongandr didn't have Asna's tendencies of acting mysterious, as he clarified while knitting his eyebrows in disgruntlement. "After we failed to seek our purpose in life, the rest of primogenitors and I made a pact to not pass down our free elemental manipulation to anyone. We either take it to the grave with us or hold into it for eternity." Without waiting for Felix or Asna to ask him the purpose of such a peculiar pact, he smiled wryly, "It might seem silly in your eyes, but we made the pact to spite the universe." Boa ha 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 ha. Not giving a shit about saving the J. Ramongandra's face, Asna exploded in laughter while holding her stomach at hearing such a stupid reason. Scared shitless, Felix swiftly closed her mouth shut with his palm while apologizing with a sweaty forehead, "Please, Elder, don't mind her. She is a bit retarded." The J. Ramongandra chuckled as he waved his hand dismissively, "Leave her be. A child of the Unigen race has earned the right to laugh at my expense." Felix gulped a mouthful as he understood the hidden meaning behind the J. Ramongandra's words. Asna could laugh all she wanted without worrying about offending the J. Ramongandra. But for Felix? If he dared to be disrespectful like her, the J. Ramongandra wouldn't hesitate to unveil the facade of courtesy and turn into the ruthless being he saw in the memories. Hearing her muffled-out noises, Felix withdrew his palm and faced the J. Ramongandra again, totally ignoring her nasty glare. "Little Asna, if you had let me finish, you wouldn't be laughing." The J. Ramongandra gave Asna a gentle smile and said, "We had many reasons to spite the universe. But the number one will always be the belief that we were gifted elements and intellect to populate the universe with diverse intellectual races and species like some reproductive machines." As expected. Felix wasn't surprised by this, as he figured as much from connecting everything that he saw in the memories and what the J. Ramongandra had mentioned earlier. He already created a somewhat general version of the universe's past and some species and races' origin. In the early years of the universe, billions of years ago, there were just normal creatures without intellect or affinities to the elements. However, this all changed after the gifts were bestowed upon the primogenitors. They were the only ones with intellect, elemental affinity, and enough strength to rule above all. After they began comprehending and harnessing their strengths, they either went on wandering the universe or started mating with their own species over a long period of years. Their descendants gained the intellect and some of their powers, making them start civilizations slowly on their own. Galaxy after galaxy, solar system after solar system, and planet after a planet, the primogenitors were spreading their seeds everywhere, creating halflings, and those halflings went and mated with the halflings of other species. This kept going on and on and on until thousands of different variations, species, and races were born all across the cosmos. After 100 million years or more, the universe was populated and owned by them. The first generations, who were born from the primogenitors directly, were probably already dead, leaving only the latest generations alive, who had no idea about the primogenitors' existence. When the primogenitors got bored or tired of their wandering for a purpose, they most likely took controlling and managing the elements as their purpose in life. Then they started gathering followers from all over the universe, who had an affinity to their element, or they were their descendants. With their supervision, empires belonging to them started to arise akin to mushrooms in the universe. Using the old terminology, they expanded from leaves to branches and finally to owning an entire tree. Yet, it seemed like it wasn't enough as they kept expanding aggressively until conflicts started to arise over territory between the empires. The rest was history. Elder, can you share with us one primogenitor who betrayed the pact? Hopeful about learning more, Felix asked with an honest look. Alas, it seemed like the J. Ramongandr wasn't willing to continue on this subject as he started gazing at the ceiling again absent-mindedly. Felix waited patiently for a couple of minutes before the J. Ramongandr shook his head slightly, coming back to reality. Elder, are you all right? Felix asked with good intentions. Don't mind me. The J. Ramongandr massaged his temples gently before asking Felix, are you willing to accept being the new poison primogenitor? I am willing. Felix abruptly stood up and bowed his head respectively, and I am ready for any test to prove my worthiness of the title. Be at ease, there is no test. The J. Ramongandr gestured with his hand for Felix to relax while clarifying, I am already pleased by what I saw from your memories. Chapter 237, The New Poison Primogenitor. I'm glad. Felix sighed in relief as he sat back. He was truly content that he didn't need to pass any trials or tests, as he understood that for such an important ritual, the Jormungandr would have made the test hell for him. Thankfully, the Jormungandr proved once again that he was a straightforward individual, who preferred keeping things simple and time-efficient. After all, he already spent an hour browsing through Felix's memories. He saw him at his best and at his ugliest and worst moments. There was no better judge for a person's personality than looking straight into his memories. Felix even took a step further and demonstrated his grit and resolve to not kneel before the Jormungandr even though he was controlling his life and death. Thus, he pretty much secured the approval of the Jormungandr without him knowing about it. Step forward, child. The Jormungandr said. Without hesitation, Felix broke the handcuffs and started walking towards the throne while staring respectfully at the Jormungandr's calm eyes. After reaching his side, Felix lowered his head in silence, waiting for the Jormungandr's move. Let's begin. The Jormungandr stood up slowly from the throne, reaching 3 meters in height. He might be in human-like form, but that didn't mean he would have the same height as them. Lift your head, he ordered. Felix did as he was told obediently. Immediately after, the Jormungandr placed his green-scaled finger on Felix's forehead. Feeling the coldness of his finger, Felix got a bit nervous as he had no idea how the process was going to be. Painful? Long? Fast? Easy? It seemed to him that the Hormungandr wasn't planning on telling him either. Thus, he merely closed his eyes and got his shit together. No matter how hard it was going to be, Felix was confident in his pain tolerance to handle the worst of it. Are you ready? The Hormungandr asked calmly. Please. Felix gave him a slight head nod with his eyes still closed. Alas, he should have kept his eyes open as he completely missed the sight of purplish inscriptions starting to appear on the Hormungandra's skin, like little snakes slithering on it. However, instead of stopping after covering the Hormungandra's entire body, they began marching as one on the Hormungandra's extended arm, which had its finger linked with Felix's forehead. Before long, the first inscription, which appeared as E, had reached the tip of the Hormungandra's finger and touched the skin of Felix's forehead, making the first contact. Feeling like something was crawling on his skin, Felix opened his eyes and was met with the sight of thousands upon thousands of inscriptions slithering into his forehead before spreading all over his body. Overwhelmed, he couldn't help but want to take a step back reflexively. However, he found out that he actually couldn't move. Not his legs, not his arms, not even his mouth. The only thing he was able to do was blink and watch his body getting invaded and engraved by words he never seen anything like before. Seeing how big-sized they appeared on the Hormungandra's body, Felix wondered if his body was even big enough to contain all of them at once. However, after glancing down with a bit of difficulty, he noticed that the inscriptions, which reached his hands, were a lot smaller, appearing somewhat like tattooed purplish sentences. Unfortunately, Felix didn't manage to see the rest of the inscriptions, which already covered every inch in his body, making him feel like he was thrown in a hole filled to the brim with snakes. After a few moments, the last inscription, which surprisingly was just a single letter, was engraved in the middle of Felix's forehead. Are we done already? Felix wondered to himself as he saw that the Hormungandr had withdrawn his finger. He honestly didn't expect that the process to be this easy and quick. He always thought that a hellish pain awaited him, as he was literally accepting a gift that was bestowed upon the primogenitors by the universe. But why am I still paralyzed? He kept trying to move his limbs but nothing was responding to his wishes. Child, focus here. Hearing the Hormungandra's stern voice, Felix stopped looking at his limbs and refocused back on the Hormungandr, who was pointing his finger at his forehead. The moment their eyes made contact, the Hormungandr said calmly, "Activate." Activate what? F***CKME. The darkened inscriptions suddenly brightened up, turning Felix into a blinding purplish light bulb. If that was all, Felix wouldn't have screamed like that. Unfortunately, the activation was accompanied by the expected hellish pain in those rituals. Felix kept screaming in his mind as he felt like his entire body was being burned without the ability to move or scream his pain out. He was truly experiencing the fate of the players, which were exposed to his corrosion and paralyze combo. Soon, smoke started to be emitted from his skin followed by the nasty smell of burning flesh. Inside the consciousness, neither Asna nor the Hormungandr were bothered by it. However, the same process was simultaneously happening to Felix's real body, making his room to be engulfed in them. Since the room was extremely small, the smoke and smell started to escape through the open window and the cracks of the door. Thankfully, no one was in the corridor as the camp juniors were all in the field while Felix's teammates were inside their rooms, preparing for the big day tomorrow. However, the smoke, which escaped through the window, didn't take long before entering Noah's window, as his room was connected to Felix's. Noah tilted his head in confusion at the smoke while lying on his bed. Soon, he went to the window and closed it shut. Heck, he didn't even bother to glance outside and find out the source of the smoke. He just waved the smoke away from his bed and returned to his lying position, opening up a new hologram. Felix didn't choose a room right next to Noah for no reason. He knew that Noah's curiosity towards anything unrelated to his sister was at the bare minimum. Thus, if something weird ever happened to him, he wouldn't attract the attention of his neighbor. If it was Olivia, the door would have been broken by her tiny leg, making Felix's situation get exposed to everyone. Fortunately, the process didn't last for more than 20 seconds before the purplish light started to lose its brightness, easing up some of Felix's agony. Even when the inscriptions were darkened again, Felix kept feeling his skin pricking him over and over again like his red burnt skin was being sprayed by alcohol. "We are done." The Hormungandr nodded his head in satisfaction and returned to his throne. Thud. The moment he turned his back on Felix, the paralyzing effect was removed, making Felix drop face first into the ground. Ouch! Pained, he couldn't help but cry out loud, this time after having his burnt skin get aggravated by the cold hard floor of the mansion. Knowing that he wasn't going to heal by himself without exiting the consciousness, Felix swiftly requested tearfully, "Elder, may I get a few minutes to drink the rejuvenation potions? I am leaving in 5 minutes." The Hormungandr informed him calmly. "Shit." Felix hastily exited the consciousness and beamed 3 rejuvenation bottles, drinking them in a jiffy. A minute later, his reddened skin was turning pale again. Not bothering to study the inscriptions, which were all over his naked body, Felix straightaway entered his consciousness back again. After reaching the mansion and seeing that the Hormungandr was still sitting on the throne, he sighed in relief. He swiftly walked back to his position and bowed deeply to the Hormungandr. "Elder, I am extremely grateful for your grace, and I promise that I will never disappoint your expectations. You don't have to be tense about it." The Hormungandr chuckled, "I am not expecting anything from you. Just continue living your life as usual and use the poison element to your own pleasure without restrictions." Honestly, the Hormungandr simply felt like there was no need to create responsibilities or give Felix universal duties or such when he didn't have them either. The primogenitors were given immense powers without responsibilities, and the Hormungandr was simply doing the same. Seeing that he was given full freedom on utility, Felix couldn't help but grin widely in delight. However, his happiness was soon snuffed out after realizing that the Hormungandr was standing up, probably planning on leaving. Felix didn't want the Hormungandr to simply jump back into the embrace of death after everything that he did for him. He taught him about the past of the universe and even gave him his own poison manipulation without asking for anything. Forget about the personality traits, which he gathered from his memories. Felix only now did he truly see and know the Hormungandr. He was forgiving, easygoing, straightforward, patient, and most importantly extremely generous. Felix would truly feel like shit if he didn't even attempt to help the Hormungandr to choose another option than death. Chapter 238, This is F***ing War. "Elder, please reconsider your decision," Felix said, very serious. "No." The Hormungandr waved his hand at Felix, "No matter what you say, I have no plans to revive. If you have absolutely no plans on reviving now, then please stay in my consciousness for a couple of years." Felix promised, "If nothing that you saw during those years made you change your mind, then I won't bother you anymore with this matter. Please." Boom. No is a no. The Hormungandr struck the armchair with his palm, creating a loud sound wave, which raptured Felix's ears wide open. Yet, Felix just snapped his finger and replaced the broken ones before continuing with a beseeching look, "Just 2 years. That's nothing compared to the billions of years that the elder had lived. You stubborn piece of a block." The Hormungandr glared at Felix, hoping to scare him off into changing his stance. Alas, Felix just continued negotiating. 1 year. Just 1 year. It's the same as a blink of an eye for the elder. Felix gestured with a glance for Asna to back him up. Alas, she completely ignored it and simply kept playing with her nails in boredom. Assist him? What crack was he on? She literally told him before that she didn't want to share this tiny consciousness space with anyone, not even the Hormungandr. Yet, here he was trying his best to invite him on his own Discord. If she wasn't confident that Ramongandr was never going to change his mind. She would have already started cursing Felix. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number %D. String equals 17669339406351905 / this is F *king war _ %D. String equals 511719946741963744 for visiting. Alas, her confidence was shattered after hearing the J. Ramongandr murmur, 1 year? Seeing that the J. Ramongandr was actually pondering on the matter instead of rejecting at once, Asna felt a sudden shiver at the thought of him actually agreeing. It's just a single year, Elder probably won't even notice it before it ends. Felix kept striking the iron while it's hot, trying his best to convince the J. Ramongandr. He just needed for the J. Ramongandr to accept, and by then, he could introduce him to the new entertainments in the UVR. Felix didn't know if 1 year was enough to make the J. Ramongandr addicted to the liveliness of the present era, but he was willing to try his utmost effort to help the J. Ramongandr regain the will to live again. That was the least he could do to repay the J. Ramongandr. Seconds went by, then minutes. Both Felix and Asna were holding their breaths in anticipation of the J. Ramongandra's answer. One was praying to hear a yes and the other no. Before long, the J. Ramongandr broke out of his daze and replied with a gentle smile, "Then don't mind my intrusion." "Yes. No. This can't be happening." While Felix tightened his fists in delight and excitement, Asna was pulling her crimson hair with an infuriated expression. She promptly pointed her finger at the J. Ramongandr and yelled in irritation, "You old snake! How could you listen to a mortal? You brought shame to the primogenitor's race." The J. Ramongandr merely chuckled, paying no heads to her insults. Meanwhile, Felix was grinning foolishly at the notion of having the J. Ramongandr with him for a year. There were so many things that he could learn from him, whether the secrets of the cosmos or the thousands of poison abilities that he created. Suddenly, his grin was stiffened after realizing that he had absolutely no idea how to manipulate poison. He swiftly asked the J. Ramongandr with a hopeful look, "Elder, to use abilities and such, do I simply need to think about them? What nonsense are you spewing?" The J. Ramongandr said, "You received poison manipulation, not my abilities. If you want to use abilities with just thought like you do with your garbage cultivation system, you need first to create your own and practice using them over and over again until they get ingrained in your being." Felix's heart skipped a beat at hearing so. He always believed that element manipulation simply meant thinking about ability and it shall manifest on its own. However, it seemed to him like there was more to the poison manipulation than just that. "How can I create my own abilities?" Felix asked. "Before thinking about creating abilities, you need to first learn how to harness the poison energy to your own will." The J. Ramongandr shook his head, "If you can't even do that, you should forget about creating a single poison string. Harness the energy? That seems quite complex." Felix knitted his eyebrows as he requested, "Elder, mind telling me how can I do so exactly?" "Figure it by yourself." The J. Ramongandr said, "Come to me only when you face a hurdle that you can't overcome. By then, don't bother me with those matters." Hearing so, Felix nodded his head in understanding. He soon stood up and bowed one last to the J. Ramongandr, "I am extremely grateful to the Elder's kindness, and I hope I can repay you sometime." "Don't mention it." The J. Ramongandr merely waved his dismissively, "You can leave us now. I have some matters to discuss with Asna." "Behave yourself." Felix gave Asna a warning glance before breaking down into misty particles. Asna showed him the middle finger while cursing him yet again, "You traitorous prick." After seeing that Felix had left, the J. Ramongandr smiled gently at Asna and asked, "Which room am I going to take?" "In your dreams." Asna sneered while pointing at the door, "Go build your own house." "You are right." The J. Ramongandr nodded his head, "It's better this way." The J. Ramongandra suddenly teleported outside of the mansion. He pointed his finger at the empty space in front of him and called softly, "The 100th palace." Responding to his call, the mist began to rise from the lake in a slow manner, shaping up to the wishes of the J. Ramongandra. Humongous grey pillars were the first to start manifesting one by one in a circular shape, putting the J. Ramongandra right in the middle of the formation. Then, walls swiftly rose after, connecting those pillars to each other. The J. Ramongandra pointed his finger at the top of those pillars and the mist heeded his order, creating a dome-like ceiling. Yet, the J. Ramongandra was still far from being done as he kept pointing his finger at the walls, pillars, floor, and ceiling, giving them each plenty of artistic details, which made the palace appear somewhat alive when compared to Asna's basic decor, which had only a bed and a TV. By the time the J. Ramongandra dropped into the floor, a throne and a humongous status of his serpent form were created as well, giving the palace the dignity of being owned by the primogenitor. Not bad. Although everything appeared greyish due to being built by mist, the J. Ramongandra was still somewhat satisfied by the final creation. However, he didn't remain in the palace more than necessary as he truly wanted to speak to Asna about some important matters. He snapped his finger and he was teleported back to Asna's mansion, which appeared like a roughly built shack when compared to the palace's magnificence. Well, coining Asna's house as a mansion was merely to stroke her ego a bit. But in reality, what kind of mansion would have only a **ing bed and TV? Asna probably never cared about her mansion's appearance nor Felix bothered to mock her for it. Yet, after the J. Ramongandra's heavy-handed creation of a house, the spell was broken. Little Asna, mind telling me? Are you trying to provoke me? Asna yelled in fury while pointing her finger at the humongous palace. I told you to create a **ing house, not a palace that reached the soul barrier. The J. Ramongandra gave her an honest look as he said, but, this is the smallest house that I lived in before. Alas, his honesty had just made him seem like he was humble bragging before Asna. And she wasn't having any of it. Then let me show you my smallest house as well. She snickered as she snapped her finger, destroying her entire mansion within a second. She then rose in the air with her hands spread apart, lifting a giant cloud of mist with her. The J. Ramongandra kept watching speechlessly as she attempts to create a new mansion that was 5 times bigger than his and more glamorous than ever. However, just as Asna tried to put the final touches on the mansion, she realized that there wasn't enough mist. The lake was completely dried out by them. Regardless, Asna wasn't fazed as she used the mist of the J. Ramongandra's palace to finish off the final touches. This made the J. Ramongandra a bit annoyed as he noticed that the perfect spherical dome was missing a huge chunk of it, breaking off his palace's sense of beauty. Little Asna, that wasn't a polite thing to do. The J. Ramongandra chided her gently while waving his hand, taking back the stolen mist and fixing the dome again. Asna didn't respond as she merely scoffed and took a huge chunk of mist from his palace's gate this time. Alas, before she could use the mist, she saw that the J. Ramongandra had taken a big chunk as well from her gate and used it to repair his. Trying her best to surpass her fury, Asna asked while gritting her teeth, "Old snake, are you trying to start a war?" "I am not trying to start anything." The J. Ramongandra smiled, "But, I won't let you bully this old serpent's kindness. I see how it is." Asna narrowed her eyes with an unfriendly gaze at the J. Ramongandra, who was also looking at her with an honest expression. However, none of them did anything as they merely kept having prolonged eye contact, which lasted for a couple of seconds already. The atmosphere started to get tense as the only thing that was moving was the small bits of mist, roaming around the consciousness space. Just as the J. Ramongandra's lips parted a little, wanting to speak and break the tense atmosphere, Asna's narrowed eyes were snapped wide open, as she waved both of her hands at the J. Ramongandra's palace. Whoosh! The entire palace broke into one humongous cloud of mist before beginning to converge with Asna's mansion, making it extremely spacious and wide with hundreds of rooms inside. After she was done, Asna pointed her finger at the previous place of the palace and created a rough-looking shack with a single bed. Now it's better. She offered a sweet smile to the speechless J. Ramongandra and asked, let's continue our conversation in my humble house. I can't be conversing with an unruly child like you. The J. Ramongandra clapped his hands twice with a serious look, I will be teaching you manners today. Whoosh! Seeing that her mansion was collapsing, Asna yelled while trying to regain her control over the mist, this is ***ing war. Chapter 239, Poison String. Meanwhile, outside of the consciousness, Felix was checking the purplish inscriptions in the mirror with a focused gaze. He kept trying to decipher the weird-looking letters but to no avail. He even asked the queen, but she just gave him a negative response as last time. The only thing he knew was that those inscriptions were the same ones that he saw on J. Ramongandra's memories when he was slithering on the peaks of the mountains. When he asked Asna if they had meaning, she replied with a positive response. This signified that she either had an idea of what they might be or at least saw them somewhere. However, before asking the stingy Asna, who loved keeping secrets, he was planning to see what the J. Ramongandra had in mind about them. I wonder what they are talking about. He was filled with curiosity on the matters spoken between Asna and the J. Ramongandra, two beings at the top of the universe's pyramid. He believed that everything that came out of their lips would be some high-level shit that he never heard about before. He was quite bothered by not getting included in those conversations, which made him feel like he was being left out. However, Felix was still sensible enough to give them the space they wanted, and he felt that when they see that he was ready, he would be informed by them. For now, he could only start attempting to harness the poison element even though he smelled like shit. He wanted to go take a shower, but the inscriptions refused to hide by themselves and he had no idea how to remove them manually. He tried ordering them with a thought, but it didn't work. Thus, he could only wait until the J. Ramongandra finished his conversation with Asna before asking him about the method. Alas, if only he knew that both of them were currently fighting with mist akin to children playing with snow, he would have cursed them both, dropping all sense of formality. Harness the element. Thoughtful, Felix sat in a meditation position while having his chin resting on his knuckles. He was pondering on the most plausible ways to achieve so. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, he always comes back to the belief that he only needed to use his mind to control the elements. The J. Ramongandra only mentioned that he needed to forget about using a single thought to activate an ability. But he didn't reject the notion of using the mind to manipulate the element. Let's start simple. Felix closed his eyes shut and started imagining a string made of poison in his mind. He carefully thought of the shape, the size, the inducement used, and the duration that it would last. He wanted to be thorough in his manipulation. After creating a clear image in his mind, he extended his palm forward, which had a single letter, appearing as, in the center of it. Then, he split his focus between the poison string image and the poison energy that was coursing in his body. He kept giving off orders for the poison energy to gather into his palm and exit through the pores before shaping it into the string. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number %D. String equals 17669339406351905 / poison string %D. String equals 511871728369555414 for visiting. Unfortunately, his orders were wholly ignored, like he was merely speaking to himself. However, Felix didn't lose heart as he continued on his attempts with a composed expression. The reason he didn't lose hope was because of the tiny connection that he had with the poison energy in his body. The moment he awakened and started absorbing the poison energy, he always felt it existing all over his body. He didn't know how to control it, but it was always there. If it wasn't for this slight feeling, Felix wouldn't be able to know how much energy he had or how much he was missing. However, that's the only thing he was able to do with this feeling. Just know the capacity, nothing more, nothing less. It wasn't like he never tested before to use this feeling and control the energy into something more. But, his attempts ended up in failure just like every other bloodliner throughout the centuries. Trillions of coins were wasted by humans on research to discover a way to take advantage of that tiny feeling. Alas, the final result was always blank without any new discoveries. Heck, it was published in the UVR that the humans even commissioned this research to the metal race years back, but till now, not a single update on the matter was posted on the UVR. Even the metal race with their fine intellect failed to deliver a different result. By now, it was already set in stone that the only time where the elemental energy in the humans' bodies gets used, was during the activation of abilities. However, Felix believed that with poison manipulation, the energy inside his body would finally start responding to his wishes in order, moving and shaping as he willed it to be. Though his first attempts kept ending up in failure, he continued on repeating the same sequence over and over again without taking a break. Minutes went by, then hours. The juniors had already finished their daily practice and entered the residence. The loud noise of their chatter as they walked in the hallway kept resounding in the room. Yet, Felix's focus wasn't broken at all, as he simply kept repeating the exact same practice like a robot. He was already on his 70th attempt, as each time his focus was broken, he had to start all over again. However, during those attempts, he realized that he was starting to feel the energy in his body clearer and clearer than the first time. If it wasn't for those little advancements that he noticed, he would have already given on this method and tried to think of another. But now? He ignored everything, even his growling stomach, which kept complaining about not feeding it for more than a half a day now. 4 more hours passed by in the blink of an eye. Exhaustion and hunger were finally beginning to wear Felix's out. His focus kept being broken, making it almost impossible to continue the practice. Thus, he decided to take a dinner break before continuing again. Felix beamed 3 sealed-shut food containers next to him. He opened them one by one, displaying 3 types of food: green salad, vegetable soup, and finally chicken's chest with rice. Felix had those meals containers in his spatial card for about a week now. Yet, the chicken and the soup were still puffing out steam, like they were just cooked half an hour ago. Anything that was put in the spatial card space gets frozen in the same state that it had. And since there were neither elements nor laws in the spatial card, only lifeless objects get accepted inside. If it wasn't for so, the space worm race would have started universal Uber services, delivering clients in their stomachs. After Felix ate his fill, he put the containers next to the door, so he wouldn't forget returning them to the cafeteria kitchen, where he gently coaxed the chef to cook him those takeouts. Time for round 2. Comfortable and focused, Felix closed his legs in a meditation position and kept clearing his mind from any needless thoughts. After doing so, he sealed his eyes shut and began imagining the poison string again. Since he has already done so hundreds of times already, it didn't take him even a split second before the image manifested in his mind. Soon, he extended his palm and started feeling the energy inside his body. Unlike the first time, Felix was actually able to sense the energy like he was hearing his own heartbeats. He didn't know if it was due to his prolonged practice or the dinner break, but after closing his eyes this time and focusing on the energy, he could actually sense it coursing in his body ceaselessly like his own bloodstream. He knew that this was a massive improvement. Regardless, if he still couldn't control the energy, this feeling was as useless as a SNES information. Here we go. Without further ado, Felix started ordering the energy to manifest into the poison string on top of his palm. He waited for a couple of seconds, but he was still sensing that the energy was static. He didn't want to believe it, but the result was right before him. Did I make a mistake in this approach? Or was it the wrong method from the beginning? Felix sighed in dejection. Maybe I shall, Feeling a sudden tickle in the center of his extended palm, Felix brought his hand closer to his face and started examining it closely, wondering where the feeling came from. Soon, his eyes were widened in agitation and delight after seeing tiny bits of red mist converging together into a long string before breaking apart and repeating the same sequence. Shit! It's actually working! Thrilled and excited, Felix lifted his palm in the air while clutching his wrist tightly, shouting at the top of his voice, "It's working!" Alas, he completely forgot that it was already past midnight and most juniors were sleeping. Thus, his shout resounded thunderously on the entire floor, waking up Olivia, Noah, and the rest. Thud! Thud! Irritated, Noah pounded the wall with his fist, voicing his complaint. He was the nearest to Felix, thus he knew that he was the one who shouted. The rest though? They just blamed and cursed each other out loud before returning to sleep. My bad. Felix apologized near the wall while still having his eyes glued to his palm, which had the red mist still trying its best to converge into a string. Chapter 240, The 3 Stages of Elemental Manipulation. Understanding that his agitation and lack of focus were probably causing the string to keep breaking apart, Felix took deep breaths, calming himself up. After regaining his composure, he narrowed his eyes at the red mist and tried to manipulate it into converging together and actually stay affixed this time. However, just like before, his orders were ignored. Nevertheless, Felix didn't lose focus but continued to look at his palm. After a couple of seconds, he couldn't help but grin widely at the sight of the red mist heeding his orders and merge to shape up into one long red string that kept hovering on top of his palm. The string was tiny and couldn't be noticed even from 5 meters away. Yet, in the eyes of Felix, this string appeared as humongous as the world. He knew that he had just created an achievement that would last and be told for eons to come. He would be written in the books as the first human to harness and manipulate the elements by his own will. A giant step for the human race had been taken in this small dirty room, unbeknownst to anyone. Rumble. An abrupt clap of thunder resounded above the clear sky of the residence, scaring the shit out of everyone. The soldiers on top of the towers lifted their heads and noticed that there wasn't a single cloud in sight, so how the hell did it happen? Hearing the random thunderclap as well, Felix looked at the window and smiled faintly. It seems like the historians didn't lie. The universe did clap for Sir Bardo, the creator of the Origin Realm. He looked at the string one last time before tightening his hand into a fist, breaking the string into red particles. Don't clap too soon. Felix smirked confidently while gazing at the infinite cosmos. This is just the beginning. Alas, his moment didn't last for even a second before getting ruined by 2 voices in his mind. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number %D. String equals 17669339406351905 / the 3 stages of elemental manipulation _% String equals 512102749291796660 for visiting. Imagine feeling C.O.C.Ky after creating a single string of poison. Asna mocked. To actually take 10 hours to enter the first stage of manipulation. The J. Ramongandra disappointed sigh was heard in Felix's mind. I started to doubt my decision of handing you my poison manipulation. Felix's confident smirk abruptly stiffened at the voice of the J. Ramongandra. He believed that figuring out by himself how to manipulate the poison in less than half a day was already a praiseworthy achievement. But, it seemed like the standards to impress the J. Ramongandra were quite too steep. He coughed to hide his embarrassment and changed the subject by asking, Elder, what do you mean by the first stage? Are there more advanced stages? There is no harm in telling you about it, I guess. The J. Ramongandra paused for a second before starting to inform Felix that concurrently there were 3 stages for the elemental manipulation. The first stage was called the inner manipulation. As the name suggests, the poison energy manipulated was the one inside the body. This was supposed to be the easiest stage of the 3 as Felix could already sense the energy inside his body, which facilitate getting control of it. Hearing so, Felix guessed that the second stage had something to do with controlling energy that wasn't absorbed by him. As he expected, the J. Ramongandra proceeded by explaining that the second stage was coined as external manipulation. And to reach it, Felix was needed to learn how to manipulate the poisonous energy and poison itself that were outside of his reach. Such as manipulating the energy inside the poison stones without absorbing it or even touching it. Currently, Felix had absolutely no clue how to do so, and he wasn't planning on thinking about it now. Since his inner manipulation, which was supposed to be the easiest, was still beyond garbage. The fact that the poison energy needed a couple of seconds to respond to his orders was enough of proof. You should focus only on those 2 stages and forget about the 3rd stage. The J. Ramongandra said, when I see that you are fit to move up, I will inform you about it then. Felix would be lying if he said that he wasn't interested and curious in knowing about it. However, he knew that it was simply going to mess up with his pace, as he would always be thinking about rushing to reach the 3rd stage instead of focusing on what's available. Who created this system, Elder? Felix asked, and is it applicable to only the primogenitors or all races with elemental manipulation? Indeed, it was created by us and was used for billions of years by our descendants and newly born races. However, they could only climb up to the 2nd stage. J. Ramongandra smiled. Only the primogenitors possess the requirement to reach the 3rd stage. It seemed like this was the general system that was being operated in the past by the races, who uses the elements, like the space worm race. As for now, Felix didn't know if it had evolved into something else for each race, or it was still the same. Yet, what confused him the most was the fact that the 3rd stage was only reachable by the primogenitors. What kind of requirement do they have while the rest don't? As he was thinking about it, his eyes landed on the purplish inscriptions, which were covering his entire body. He suddenly realized that the answer was in front of him the whole time. But he had to ask in order to check if he was right in his assumption. Elder, does the 3rd stage have anything to do with those inscriptions? Alas, the J. Ramongandra didn't bother to answer him as he changed the subject. I see that you are struggling to remove them. Seeing that he had no plans to answer, Felix swiftly dropped the matter as well and requested with a hopeful tone, Elder, please teach me how to hide them. I can't be walking in public like this. Try to order them again just like you did with the poison energy. The J. Ramongandra replied. That's it. Although he was a bit skeptical, as he already attempted that method but ended up unsuccessfully, Felix still did as he was told. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the inscriptions just like he did with the energy. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. The hell? Why can I feel them now but not before? He wondered in shock and confusion. Without waiting for the J. Ramongandra to tell him to figure it by himself, Felix worked the issue on his brain for a couple of seconds before realizing that there was only one answer. Him stepping successfully into the inner manipulation stage. Before, he might have received the poison manipulation from the J. Ramongandra, but nothing really changed besides having those inscriptions get engraved on his body. But after 10 hours of grilling practice, he finally managed to create a string of poison on his own, making him truly use poison manipulation. He didn't know if the inscriptions approved of him or something like that after reaching the inner manipulation, but Felix was grateful that he actually could feel them now. He hastily ordered them to withdraw back inside his body, and sure enough, the inscriptions began to slither on his skin, heading in one direction. Felix went to the mirror and noticed that the inscriptions were entering the single letter that was on his forehead, which appeared as. A few moments later, not a single inscription could be seen on Felix's skin, except for the one on his forehead. Felix didn't want it to stay as it appeared like a tattoo on his forehead. He wasn't into that lifestyle in the slightest. Too bad, he kept ordering it over and over to fade away but nothing much changed. Don't bother to remove it as it is impossible. The J. Ramongandra chuckled at seeing Felix's face turn unsightly instantly. But you can reduce its size until it is barely noticeable. He mentioned. Without a single second delayed, Felix ordered for it to happen. Seeing that it was truly getting smaller and smaller until it appeared like a tiny dot on his forehead, Felix exhaled in relief. He truly didn't desire to have his face tattooed. Elder, may I know what RTH? No. Cough, fair enough. Undisturbed at having his attempt to ask about the inscriptions getting shut down like that, Felix let out a forced laugh while walking towards his closet. He took out a towel and rolled it around his nude body. He was N.A.K.E.D the entire time, as the clothes he had on before were burnt to a crisp by the transfer ritual, and he didn't want to wear new ones when he was literally smelling like shit. Honestly, Felix wasn't even bothered when Asna was looking at his N.A.K.E.D body. Don't even mention the J, Ramongandr, who had no interest in such things. Cluck. Just as Felix opened the door, planning to head for a quick shower, he remembered that there was a curfew past midnight. But then, he also remembered that he was Felix, the captain of the national team. 30 minutes later, Felix was back in his room, feeling more refreshed than ever. As he assumed, the two soldiers, who were standing at the end of the hallway next to the shower, didn't let a single peep after seeing him. They were probably given orders from the director to let Felix do as he pleased. If it wasn't for so, Felix knew that he would have needed to convince them gently. After wearing his pajamas, he went straight to bed, planning to sleep early. If tomorrow they weren't going to leave the camp at first light, he would have spent another hour or two on his poison manipulation. Alas, all of the country's teams were expected to be in Berlin tomorrow, as the competition was set to start in 4 days. They were told by George that there would be ceremonies, parties, and parades. All of the nuisance that Felix abhorred being in. Good night, guys. Felix wished softly while closing his eyes shut. Nighty. Good night, child. Hearing the J, Ramongandra's deep voice, Felix smiled in contentment at the notion of having him staying in his consciousness for an entire year. However, he was still hoping for the J, Ramongandra to remain a few more years, or even change his stubborn decision on seeking death. Felix had enough time now to brew many plans for it to happen. Chapter 241, Leaving the Camp. Tomorrow at 6 a.m. Peep. Peep. What a pain in the ass. Felix mumbled in annoyance at the sound of the alarm while covering his head with the bed sheets. He didn't feel like waking up, as he truly didn't sleep that well. So many thoughts and questions were roaming in his mind about the fact that he was currently practicing 2 separate cultivation systems. Before, he had in mind to unlock the poison manipulation ability and etch it in his 1% human bloodline. This would keep recurring on every stage with a different primogenitor bloodline, making him get multiple free elemental manipulations. But now? He wasn't so sure of that happening, and he was hoping to see what the J, Ramongandra had to say about it. That being said, his eyes were still refusing to open up, protesting that the 3 hours of sleep wasn't doing them anything. Sir Felix, you have received a message from Sir George. The Queen asked, should I read it? No need. Felix murmured softly. He wasn't worried about ignoring the instructor's message, as he knew that it was most likely going to be a reminder about the helicopter departure. They were already informed that it was going to lift off at 6:15 a.m. sharp. This meant, he still had like 7 minutes of sleep, and Felix wasn't planning on wasting them. At the roof of the highest building in the camp, 2 large-sized army helicopters were parked on a platform that had the letter H written on it in white. In front of it stood the 14 members of the national team, Felix included. Unsurprisingly, 4 members were wearing a different colored team outfit than the rest, entailing that they were the chosen substitutes in the team. But unexpectedly, those 4 were Sarah, Dale, Isabella, and Amelia. The fact that Lexi and Nathan were chosen instead of Sarah and Amelia created quite an outrage outside of the camp. The Maxwell elders and the Lauder elders didn't approve of George's personal arrangement in the slightest. While the Maxwell elders only made their displeasure heard, the Lauders took it a step further and sent an elder personally to the camp in order to change George's mind. Alas, that didn't work, as George was adamant in his choice. Though, he did explain that he chose the team based on composition instead of who was the strongest. Thus, he couldn't add Amelia and Sarah as they were elemental rangers just like Walton, Felix, and Adam. He felt that it was over the top to add those two when he already had a monster like Felix and Adam with his destructive abilities. It was better to keep Nathan as the second frontliner with Noah, and Lexi as the second buffer of the team with Lena. Olivia was counted as a healer. It was a no-brainer that Kenny and Johnson were going to be part of the main team after seeing that the competition was going to be held in the wilderness and for an entire week. Assassins/scouts like them were most desirable in this kind of environment. That being said, he did give an opportunity for Sarah and Amelia to challenge either Walton or Adam to replace them. But, they still lost horribly. By then both the girls accepted being as a substitute for the team. After they heard what had gone down, Maxwell's elders backed off as they understood that his take was indeed reasonable and justifiable. They might feel pricked by having Sarah not participating in the competition, but they understood that at the end of the day, this was the national team, not Maxwell's team. Unfortunately, the Lauders didn't share the same thought process as the Maxwells. In their eyes, they only had Amelia in the team, and if she didn't make it to the main roster, it was the same as not participating in the world's competition. They sure didn't give a shit about the fact that their junior had lost against Adam and Walton, as they believed that Amelia could wipe the floor with Nathan and take his spot. Too bad, just as they didn't give a shit about George's arrangements, no one bothered to address their wants and wishes. As no matter who they went to voice their complaint, they were always sent back. Just as the Lauders were planning to involve the media in their drama, the governor of the state himself interfered and threatened to have Amelia kicked out of the team if they keep pestering them over this issue. After so, not a single peep was heard from the Lauders elders. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number %D string equals 17669339406351905 / leaving the camp _% D string equals 512288586990131110 for visiting. Alright, split up into two groups and take a seat. George clapped his hands twice as he said, "Be quick, we still have another flight waiting for us." Hearing so, Felix was the first to walk up to the helicopter in the right, followed by half of the team. The groups were already made before to avoid confusion and wasting time. After Felix fastened the seat belt, he requested from Olivia, who was sitting in front of him, "Oli, wake me when we land." Olivia felt a sudden shiver at hearing him say so. She realized that he said almost the same sentence during their ride on the bus to the camp. And the ambush which followed after was still fresh in her mind. "You jinx! Take it back, or I am not sitting with you." Spooked, Olivia chewed on her lips while inspecting everything in the helicopter with a shifty look. Understanding what she meant, Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Olivia was a believer in superstition, and if he didn't take it back, she would probably be frightened the entire journey, worrying that an accident or another ambush might occur. Thus, Felix turned to Noah, who sat on his right shoulder, and repeated the same request word by word. As expected of Noah, he simply gave him a head nod without glancing in his direction. "You jerk!" Olivia huffed through her nostrils in anger as she unfastened the seatbelt and jumped from the helicopter. She swiftly went to the other helicopter and requested Adam to change seats, who gladly accepted. "Brother Felix, did you have breakfast yet? I can share with you my breakfast." The moment Adam stepped into the helicopter, he began chatting enthusiastically with the dumbfounded Felix. He truly didn't expect Olivia to actually retaliate by sending him Adam, who was always a pain in the ass for him. However, instead of feeling annoyed, he was actually delighted by her finally learning how to strike back when bullied instead of just taking it to heart. "Good on you, little Oli." He smiled faintly while closing his eyes, diving into his consciousness, thoroughly ignoring the existence of Adam. So far, Felix still didn't know if Adam's real personality was always this friendly and tolerant or he was simply hiding behind the facade of politeness. Whatever it was, Felix would keep ignoring him until the day that facade breaks. Inside the consciousness space, Felix's body could be seen dropping from the air just like when he always enters his consciousness. Alas, the lake which he always fell into, was nowhere to be seen. In its place stood two humongous palaces, which took the entire space of the consciousness. Thud. Falling face first, Felix smashed into the dome of the J. Ramongandra's palace and started rolling down with a terrifying speed. It didn't take him even a second before reaching the edge of it and getting hurled into Asna's palace akin to pitched baseball. Boom! His body smashed into the chest of a breathtaking giant statue of Asna, which was holstered into the wall of the palace just like tens of different statues. Felix still had his eyes closed unbeknownst to any of this. His body simply kept its journey of colliding with anything in its path of descending, statues, tiles, even some sharp pointy spears, which sliced Felix's clothes and flesh as he passed by them. Thud. By the time Felix made it successfully into the ground, which was just his soul barrier exposed, his body was broken, wounded, and bloodied. His condition couldn't get any worse. Felix, who was regaining consciousness after reaching the ground, was going to experience the agony of every wound on his body stacked all at once. A moment later. My F asterisking speen. A high-pitched shriek resounded in the palaces, waking up both the J. Ramongandra and Asna from their slumber. Just because they were superior beings, it didn't mean that they disliked sleep. Heck, they probably were more familiar with sleep than Felix. Why is he screaming again? Annoyed, Asna yawned while opening her eyes groggily. However, soon she closed them back again, too lazy to care. Meanwhile, the J. Ramongandra didn't feel like going back to sleep after waking up. Thus, he teleported outside of his palace and gazed at Felix, who was stealing mist from the gate of the palace to replace the injured parts of his body. His pained and nasty expression was enough to show that he wasn't loving the unexpected pain. What's with the ruckus? The J. Ramongandra asked from high above. Breathless, Felix pointed his shaky finger at the palaces and replied with a bit of difficulty, "Elder, I injured my body on the way down." He winced in pain as he asked, "Elder, what's going on here? I doubt that you guys need such big palaces to stay in." If it was Asna, he would have already snapped at her, but for the J. Ramongandra, Felix just pushed his grievance deep within his heart, not daring to snap at the elder. "You should ask that mannerless child." The J. Ramongandra huffed in disgruntlement. Felix didn't know what Asna did to make the J. Ramongandra's favorable impression of her take nosedive. But, after remembering that this was Asna, he suddenly felt like it was only a natural outcome. With her personality, only nutheads would enjoy having her around. "Asna, didn't I tell you to behave?" Felix sighed as he spoke in his mind. He might have agreed to stay 1 year, but if you annoy him, he will be gone the next day. Hearing his voice in her mind, Asna couldn't continue her sleep. Especially when she realized that she was being accused wrongly. Chapter 242, Potentially, the only candidate. She swiftly teleported next to them still in her furry pajamas and glared at Felix. "Why are you taking his side? How can I take his side when I don't even know what's up between you two?" he said while stealing some mist from Asna's palace and created a chair for himself. He sat on it and asked Asna, "Mind telling me what's the problem?" "The problem is that you invited him and he immediately created a palace that reached the soul barrier." She jerked her head away with an upset expression. He even started humble bragging about it. "She told me to create a house." The J. Ramongandra stroked his long purplish goatee with an honest look, "And I did." Sigh. Felix immediately figured out the crux of the issue after hearing them out. It was clear in his mind that Asna wasn't going to accept having the J. Ramongandra's palace towering over her. Especially when she was living in this space for years now, considering it as her temporary home. She was definitely not going to stay quiet about it. "All right, I am not going to interfere in your matters. But, I do hope that you downsize your palaces to a reasonable height and size. Felix requested. Although he understood the issue, that didn't mean that he was going to start lecturing them on what's right and wrong. They were mature enough to handle their own relationship. In his mind, as long as he had a good relationship with both of them separately, he honestly wouldn't give a shit how they spend their time in his consciousness. Though, he hoped that he wouldn't need to have shattered bones each time he entered his consciousness. I never had an issue with that. The J. Ramongandra smiled faintly as he snapped his finger, turning his palace into a 2-story modern building. It seemed like he was curious about living in homes with Earthlings design. If it wasn't for you starting it, I wouldn't have bothered to change my mansion. Annoyed, Asna humphed as she replaced the palace with her previous mansion, returning the balance to the consciousness space. Seeing the lake getting filled back up, Felix sighed in relief. Not wanting for the atmosphere to turn awkward and silent, Felix asked the J. Ramongandra, Elder, did you check the human bloodline system and the previous plan that I had in mind? Of course I did. I wanted to understand how did you manage to gather a piece of my consciousness and awaken it. He soon chuckled in a mis.e.m.e.nt, I didn't expect that you will gather my thinned bloodline in beasts. Why so? Felix asked in confusion. I assumed that you have hunted my descendants and used little Asna to extract my bloodline. He answered calmly. Elder, you jest. Felix waved his hand, I didn't even know before that the primogenitors were the sole reason why the universe was populated with many races and species with elemental affinities. If it wasn't for the J. Ramongandra information about the universe's past, Felix would still be under the notion that beasts were the direct descendants of the primogenitors. After all, Asna told him that the beasts inherited those abilities from their parents, who inherited them from the primogenitors. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number %D, string equals 17669339406351905, / potentially the only candidate, underscore %D, string equals 51239734629954686, for visiting. But now? He already worked the matter in his mind and understood that beasts were merely one of the many races and species with the primogenitor's thinned bloodline. The only difference was that other races received a somewhat limited manipulation that could only take them to the second stage of the primogenitor's system, while the beasts around the universe straightaway obtained the created abilities of the primogenitors. That being said, not every race had a relation to the primogenitors, as most of the current races were newly born ones, like the human race which popped on the Milky Way galaxy 2 million years ago. If it wasn't for so, the humans should have by logic also gotten abilities unlocked like beasts at least. Now that you know about it, what are you going to do? The J. Ramongandra asked with a playful smile. I will carry on collecting the bloodline essence from beasts. Felix said while smiling wryly. He understood that the J. Ramongandra was implying whether he was going to aim his gun at races with sand manipulation in order to extract the primogenitor's bloodline from them or not. It was obviously going to be faster than just buying bloodline bottles and hoping to luck out on a few percentages of the primogenitor. But Felix also understood that by doing so, he would probably offend the primogenitor of sand after he reached origin purity and have him awakened. Ultimately, Felix had no clue about the sand primogenitor's personality. He might look at Felix's memories and not get bothered by him slaying his descendants, or he could totally snap at him and kill him in an instant. Elder, but first I need to know if I am even able to actually obtain more elemental manipulations or not. Felix smiled bitterly. If it wasn't possible, I will not risk myself using more primogenitor's bloodlines. I frankly don't know. The J. Ramongandra shook his head and clarified, your case is quite unique. First, you have little Asna at your service, helping you extract the primogenitor's bloodline, which can't be seen or extracted by races lower than us in the social status pyramid. This meant you will have the opportunity to meet up with quite a few primogenitors, unlike the others. Oh, no wonder! Felix exclaimed in surprise. He always was thinking, why did no one actually manage to extract the primogenitor's bloodlines all of those years? If human professional extractors failed to achieve so due to not being that good, why didn't other races manage to do the same? Heck, Felix knew that the witches should be able to notice and extract the essence due to their innate ability, which made them the only Podiwanners in the universe. Yet, they also failed to notice the primogenitor's bloodline. He didn't think that it would be related to the hidden hierarchy in the universe, but it also made sense. In addition, Little Asna can also help you reach 100% affinity rating, which is the bare minimum to be able to accept the elemental manipulation. The J. Ramongandra said, if you didn't have 100% poison affinity, the ritual transfer would have ended in failure, and failure meant death. Yet most importantly, you are a human. The J. Ramongandra teleported next to Felix and gazed at him in wonder, making Felix sweat a little by how close he was. Soon, the J. Ramongandra teleported back and said in befuddlement, your race might be new in the universe and still at the bottom of the social ladder with beasts and such, but in your situation, this actually turned beneficial. Already numbed to being looked down upon like this, Felix simply focused on the J. Ramongandra explanation. For other races and species which are related to us, it is impossible for them to have more than 2 elemental manipulations. He paused and dropped a bombshell, even us the primogenitors weren't able to achieve so. We were locked with the gift bestowed upon us and couldn't obtain even the limited manipulation from races lower than us. It was only common sense for the primogenitors to attempt and obtain other elemental manipulation to further enhance their strength. They might not be able to achieve 3rd stage with them as their main element, but at least they would have them. Yet, it appeared that was quite impossible. The J. Ramongandra looked at Felix oddly and said, but your human race had absolutely no relation to us. Meaning you are an empty page that could potentially have more than 1 elemental manipulation. Felix got quite excited at hearing so, as it meant that he could still carry on with his plan. The only change that occurred would be instead of etching an ability in his 1% human bloodline, he would be trying to convince the primogenitors into handing him their elemental manipulation. However, his excitement soon was snuffed out after hearing the J. Ramongandra say, I said potentially. It isn't certain yet, and if I am mistaken in my deduction, you can probably die the moment you attempt doing so. As long as my chances aren't null, I will manage to find a way. Felix said, smiling confidently. That's good, I am also anticipating that day. The J. Ramongandra nodded his head in approval. Just as Felix was planning on asking about the species of the sand primogenitor, he felt like someone was tugging his shoulder. He quickly realized that it was Noah, trying to wake him up. Elder, the helicopter has reached the airport, I will come back after I take the plane. Felix said while bowing respectfully. Then, he broke into mist particles, leaving the J. Ramongandra and Asna to have a staring contest that lasted for an entire minute before both of them proposed at the same time, truce. The J. Ramongandra smiled gently as he created a table and 2 chairs. He teleported into one and offered for Asna to sit on the other. Seeing that she accepted his offer, he created a chess-like board with tens of pieces on it. Each resembled a different race. Let's play a game of royalty. Oh, I always wanted to play it with Felix, but that moron doesn't want to learn it. Asna clapped lightly in excitement. Let's have some fun those first matches. The J. Ramongandra suggested, after so, we can put some bets to enliven the game. Deal. Asna agreed with a confident smirk. Alas, her confidence was shattered in only 3 minutes after receiving a soul-crushing defeat. Chapter 243, The Sand Primogenitor. After Felix opened up his eyes, he noticed that the helicopter was just about to land in a military airbase. The base was packed with soldiers running back and forth, and army jets of all shapes and designs, parked at the side. Get down and head straight for the private jet. George, who was riding in the front seat, ordered Felix and the rest while unfastening his seatbelt. Everyone heeded his orders and got out of the helicopter. Felix looked around and noticed that the private jet was already in its position for liftoff, waiting just for them. The second helicopter soon landed as well, letting the second group disembark. Seeing Olivia, who was wiping her sweaty forehead with her sleeves, Felix couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed to him that even in the other helicopter she was nervous the whole time. Soon, he shook his head lightly at her belief in superstition and started walking towards the private jet. No one was having their suitcases with them as they were going to be sent here by a cargo helicopter in the next couple of minutes. Thus, everyone embarked on the jet and straightway sat down. As always, Felix chose the window seat. Since Olivia was probably still mad at him, he chose a single seat at the way back of the private jet. He didn't want that pest Adam to sit anywhere near him. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain speaking." Hearing the abrupt announcement, everyone dropped whatever they were doing and paid attention to the captain's polite words, "Welcome on board. We ask that you please fasten your seat belts at this time. We also ask that your seats and table trays are in the upright position for takeoff. Please turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones. Smoking is prohibited for the duration of the flight. I hope that you enjoy your flight as it is going to be a long one." Seeing that the announcement was over, Felix closed his eyes and dove back into his consciousness. He knew that the flight was going to last 10 hours, giving him all the time he needed to continue his conversation with the J. Ramongandr. You guys are playing royalty." Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise at the sight of the J. Ramongandr and Asna, concentrating on a chess-like board, that had only 15 pieces remaining. The rest was lying on both sides of the board. Ignoring his existence, Asna lifted a goblin-like green piece and placed it next to a dwarf-like piece. "I use the goblin's greed innate trait for a chance to steal the dwarf's artifact creation innate ability." Immediately after saying so, Asna threw a hexagon-faced dice on the board and watched it roll while holding her breaths in hope. Ting! F***ck this shit. Asna immediately lost it after seeing that the dice had landed on number 1 when the dice had up to 20. She needed at least 18 for her order to take effect. "You better not flip the board again." The J. Ramongandr smiled faintly as he took her goblin and placed it next to the tens of fallen pieces. "Damn, take it easy on her elder." Felix couldn't help but defend Asna in pity after seeing that she literally had only 3 more pieces left and one of them was the queen. Meanwhile, the J. Ramongandr still had more than 70% of his pieces on the board. Such a vast difference only implied that J. Ramongandra's skills in the game were surmounting Asna's by miles. "So, do you surrender yet?" The J. Ramongandr asked the sulky Asna, who kept looking at her 2 remaining spiders and the queen, hoping to spot a miracle to save the game. Alas, 3 pieces in the game of royalty was the same as having only the king with 2 pawns in chess. There was no way out for Asna, and even Felix, who barely played this ancient game once in the UVR, could see it as well. Thud. In the end, Asna sighed and knocked the queen down, entailing her surrender. "Good game, little Asna," the J. Ramongandr said, nodding his head. "Whatever." Asna looked at the other side and noticed Felix, gloating at her. Instead of feeling irritated, she just sneered, "Morons who don't even know how to play the game, shouldn't be gloating at others." Unbothered by her mockery, Felix coughed to attract the J. Ramongandra's attention and asked, "Elder, are you familiar with the sand primogenitor species?" "Yes." The J. Ramongandr nodded his head while setting up the pieces back up on the board. Felix sighed in relief after receiving a positive confirmation. He truly didn't want to buy multiple bloodlines from different species in order to find out the real species of the primogenitor. He knew that he would be wasting hundreds of millions in the process, and if he was unlucky it might reach $1 billion in losses. "May I know?" Felix asked politely. Instead of receiving an response, the J. Ramongendra gestured for Felix to sit in Asna's seat. Seeing so, Asna gladly stood up and gloated at Felix's unsightly expression. Elder, I don't know if you heard Asna or not, but I really can't play the game. Abashed, Felix let out a forced laugh. I know, but you can learn. The J. Ramongendra gave him a side glance. You don't want to. I am willing, but do I need to win to get the information? Felix sat down with a troubled expression. Don't be silly, you just need to play a game with me. The J. Ramongendra said, chuckling. That's good. Felix sighed in relief. If even Asna, who knew how to play the game, got beaten black and blue by the J. Ramongendra, Felix knew that his ending was going to be even more embarrassing than her. As he assumed, the game didn't last for even 2 minutes before Felix got forced into surrendering. Again. The J. Ramongendra said, fix your pieces. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _51252003220812403 for visiting. Felix was also rearing for another round after getting destroyed without even managing to take down 3 pieces of the J. Ramongendra. After they set their pieces, the J. Ramongendra gestured for Felix to start first while informing him, during my wandering in the cosmos, I have met with the primogenitor of sand only twice. Once, when I was wandering in her territory, and the second when we made the pact. He knitted his eyebrows. In both encounters, I realized that she is a bit of an oddball. How so? Felix asked while placing down a spider-like piece, 4 blocks to the left. She loves riddles a tad too much. The J. Ramongendra shook his head in a mis.e.m.e.nt as he made his move on the board. Out of 10 sentences, 1 is definitely going to be a riddle, and if you don't give the proper answer, the conversation with her dies right there, making the atmosphere awkward. That's indeed quite peculiar. Felix scratched his chin in thoughtfulness while looking at the board. After thinking for a couple of seconds, he picked up a dwarf-like piece and placed it next to the spider-like piece from before. I use the dwarf's artifact creation innate trait to create a piece of armor for my spider. Felix said while throwing the dice on the board. Soon, it stopped on number 12. Not bad, with that number you can create a rare ranked set of armor that can tank 2 strikes. The J. Ramongendra said. Felix was also pretty satisfied with the outcome. Though it wasn't high enough to create a higher ranked artifact, it was good enough for a start. After seeing that the armor had manifested properly on the spider, Felix gestured for the J. Ramongendra to play while asking, what's her name and species? Does it have any relation with her odd personality? The J. Ramongendra answered calmly, her name is the Sphinx, but her followers and worshippers refer to her respectfully as the guardian of knowledge and truth. That's a heavy title to possess. Asna scoffed as she asked, what did she do or was doing to earn it? As I said, I only met her twice, and I didn't bother to interact with her that much due to her troublesome way of speaking. So I don't know much about her. The J. Ramongendra lifted a glacial barbarian piece and put it in front of the spider. I use the glacial barbarian to strike down your spider. He threw dice on the board and shockingly it landed on 20. The J. Ramongendra laughed in delight while Felix couldn't help but start to despair. He knew that a 5 roll was needed for a single strike. Yet, to roll 20 it meant that the J. Ramongendra had 4 strikes at once. The spider with its shiny new armor was able to tank only 2 strikes before getting killed by the third one. This left the last strike, which was used to take the life of the dwarf, which was near the spider. Felix didn't even get the chance to withdraw the dwarf back to safety before getting killed in the first rounds. Losing a dwarf in loyalty was the same as losing the queen in chess. The game was literally doomed after that happens. Elder, with all due respect, but your luck is f***ing bullshit. Felix couldn't help but drop the pretense of formality and finally snap. Well, his dejection was understandable as in the last match he got destroyed just like this. See? I told him that as well and he called me a sore loser. Asna also voiced her complaint. Hehe, you guys are too young to understand the essence of this game. The J. Ramongandr chuckled while stroking his purplish goatee. If the essence is cheating, I agree with you on that one. Asna snorted in distrust. Felix didn't dare to say it, but he had a feeling that the J. Ramongandr was cheating somehow by rigging the dice. Alas, unless he had solid proof, he could only complain in his mind while continuing the game, knowing that he was going to lose miserably. Elder, you still didn't tell me about her species. Felix said while gazing numbly at his pieces getting taken one by one, leaving him with only 10 to play with. Oh. Being reminded, the J. Ramongandr scratched his green-scaled cheek and said casually, she doesn't have a specific species. She is actually one of the few early chimera creatures. Hearing the term chimera, Felix's hand that was holding a piece stiffened mid-air just like the rest of his body. He just kept looking at the J. Ramongandr in disbelief, hoping that he was joking with him. Alas, the J. Ramongandr simply smiled faintly and said, your move. Chapter 244, Chimera and the Four Species. Felix placed the piece with a dazed expression. He didn't want to believe it, no, he didn't dare to, as he understood the gravity of this issue. Chimera was a term that could be used for humans, beasts, and even some races. In the case of humans, chimera was more of a nasty insult that was thrown at humans with major mutations from multiple beasts. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number_51275004096079017 for visiting. Some could have a leg for an alligator beast species, a leopard tail, and arms belonging to another beast. This mix and mismatched mutations were unappealing in the public, and some bloodliners would pick on anyone who was spotted with those mutations. Meanwhile, for beasts, chimeras were to be feared and avoided at all cost by hunters and bloodliners. Those beasts were infamous for three things: rarity, strength, and lastly their mismatched body, which was made with different beasts' parts. Felix read in the UVR that chimeras beasts have resulted from interspecies mating. For example, a winged beast mating with a reptile beast 5 generations ago would result in creating a chimera beast with half a reptile body and half a winged body. The numbers quite different from one to another, as in some cases, chimeras wouldn't even get born after tens upon tens of generations. However, the moment they come into existence, they become one of the top predators in their bestial tier. Chimeras were at minimum 5 times stronger than their peers in the same rank and tier. This meant chimeras for hunters were an abomination that shouldn't be marked for hunting unless the damn price was beyond worth it. After all, a fully equipped hunter squad was needed to slay epic beasts. Yet, for the chimeras, even a rare ranked one would need a squad as well. The hunters would not risk their lives on taking down such an abomination unless they were commissioned by their patron, who was commissioned by the client. Needless to say, if the price didn't light up their greed fuse, they wouldn't bother to address the commission. Felix didn't know if he was going to be dealing with this or not. As for the Sphinx to be a chimera, it didn't mean that all bestial chimeras would be having her bloodline essence. After all, chimera was just a term, not a species. Felix was extremely gloomy because for the Sphinx to be a chimera was the same as not having a single species but multiple ones. This signified that he would need to target all the species, which the Sphinx was made of. It was obviously not going to be as efficient as targeting one species like he did with the J. Ramongandr. Elder, may I know how the Sphinx looked like? Felix asked. Instead of responding, the J. Ramongandr waved his hand and a mirror-like screen was manifested in front of Felix. Then, it started to brighten up until a detailed clear picture of the Sphinx was displayed. The Sphinx had the body of a lion with a golden silky fur, the tail of a golden scaled serpent, the wings of a great eagle, and lastly the head of a woman with a cat's facial features. Though her face was resembling a cat, her eyes weren't, as the pupils were actually golden triangles. Felix couldn't say a word after his eyes landed on this fascinating and captivating creation. Each body part was harmonizing with the rest in such a fine scrupulous manner. Felix was beginning to doubt the J. Ramongandra's words, that she was a chimera instead of being a unique separate species. She is a beauty, right? The J. Ramongandra showed an una.d.u.l. terrated gaze of desire at the image of the Sphinx for a second before sighing in dejection. If only her personality wasn't weird, I would have chased after her. Tisk, I doubt that you had an actual shot with her. Asna clicked her tongue in mockery. Before the J. Ramongandra could respond to her taunt, Felix interfered by asking, can the primogenitors have children between each other? No. The J. Ramongandra shook his head firmly. Some of us have even married each other and been trying to have children worthy of being called the sons and daughters of two primogenitors. Alas, no matter what they did, it was just impossible. Felix didn't bother to ask why so. He understood that if the J. Ramongandra knew about the reason, the primogenitors would have tackled the issue long ago. This meant, no one knew why exactly were the primogenitors unable to bear children with each other. If it wasn't for the fact that they were able to mate with those of lower status as them, they would have honestly believed that they were sterilized or something. Felix didn't want to dive into this subject as it was probably quite touchy and sensitive for the J. Ramongandra. Thus, he steered back into the Sphinx by asking, Elder, do you have any idea which species she had the most descendants in her territory? Felix had to try and lower the species that he needed to start targeting since the Sphinx was clearly a chimera of 4 species. Alas, his attempt ended in failure as the J. Ramongandra replied, I wasn't that bored to take a close look into the followers in her territory. Sigh, I guess I can only buy multiple bloodlines from those species and see which one gave me the biggest percentages in a consistent manner. This plan might cost him a leg, but for now, it was the only one that he had. Felix turned his head back on the board and knocked the queen, declaring his surrender. He was about to lose in 2 moves anyway. He gestured for Asna to take his seat as he went to take a closer look at the Sphinx. As he was peering at its creation, Felix suddenly was reminded that he still had another element affinity that was collecting dust for 2 lifelines. He swiftly turned around and asked in agitation, Elder, do you know the species of the illusion primogenitor? If we could see his real body, he wouldn't be the illusion primogenitor. The J. Ramongandra gave him a side glance aimed for morons. Felix coughed in embarrassment, as he figured that the J. Ramongandra had a point. For the primogenitor of illusion, shape-shifting into whatever he desired was supposed to be the norm. The few number and species of beasts in the universe that uses illusion were the only clue he had to find out. If only they were not low-tiered, not reaching even tier 5 and so damn expensive, Felix would have invested in illusion first before sand element. Alas, he knew that if he went in this route with his tragic capital that was barely enough to find 99% essence of the J. Ramongandra, he would be eating dirt and still not manage to gather even a proper 15% essence. This without mentioning the fact that he needed to reach 100% illusion affinity, which had its energy stones only in auctions, even the medium-graded ones. Illusion stones weren't even used that much by the bloodliners to fuel their energy but as a basic material for illusion-based items. It went without saying that those illusion items were extremely useful and competed for by everyone. For Felix, who would need probably up to 10,000 high-grade stones to reach a 100% affinity rating, that would be sheer impossible unless he spent years jumping from one auction to another to secure small batch by batch. The grades of elements, from common, uncommon, to rare weren't there just to separate them based on their utility or uniqueness. They were separated based on the rarity of their natural resources in the universe. For a rare element like an illusion, it was extremely difficult to find environments in the universe, which had its elemental energy. Felix didn't want to waste his already limited resources on an element that wasn't applicable in his current state. Though he was still not giving up on it yet, as the moment he finds a solution to tackling those issues, he wouldn't hesitate to start hunting for illusion bloodlines no matter how expensive it was going to cost him. Elder, you carry on with Isna, I will be heading to the markets. Felix said politely while breaking into misty particles. Not bothering to even open his eyes, Felix straightaway requested for the queen to log him in. A few seconds later, his body was constructed in his Androxa house. Felix looked at the time and realized that Mr. Godi was probably still sleeping, and if he went to his shop, he would find only his assistants, who had no idea about the contract and the huge discount between them. Still, Felix decided to go take a look at the bloodlines in his shop and choose a couple of ones during those 2 hours until Mr. Godi wakes up. He picked up the car keys on the table and went to his garage. After riding his car, he drove it to the teleportation circle. When he arrived, he sent the car to park itself and entered the building. After a while, Felix could be seen inside Godi's humongous shop, sitting on a couch and browsing through a holographic list with furrowed eyebrows. The list was displaying the prices of Tier 5 epic bloodlines. Obviously, those bloodlines were from the 4 species of the Sphinx. Felix wasn't pleased in the slightest with the prices of the eagle species, as they were 20% expensive than the rest. But it was quite understandable as flying beasts were popular within the ranks of the bloodliners, due to having a chance of unlocking wings morphing abilities. Whatever, it will be sold again. Felix thought to himself. After a couple of minutes, Felix closed down the list. He already marked the bloodlines that he wanted and now he could only wait for Godi to wake up and conclude the deal. Better check for Chimera bloodlines. Instead of leaving the shop, Felix opened another search bar, that was exclusive for the items in this shop, and starting typing Chimera beasts, Sand Element, Tier 4 to 7, Rare and Epic rank. A split second later, he found only one result, and it was a Tier 4 rare beast, which was being bidded on for the past week or so. The other bottles were probably already sold out or needed to make a commission first to get them. Felix clicked on the image of the beast, enlarging it. After seeing that it had the body of a lion and the tail of a scorpion, he shook his head in disappointment. He knew that the bloodline of the scorpion, which almost had zero relation to the Sphinx, was going to make it even more difficult to find her essence inside. He didn't want to do experiments right now when he was broke. The 1 billion and the 300 million that he had was soon going to be only 300 million SC after paying for those bottles. Felix had this much only due to Luby pulling through and giving him the money for 4 bottles from the 7 bottles that he had given him. This meant, Luby still needed to pay back for those 3 bottles. However, this time Felix gave him only 2 weeks delay instead of a month, and if he didn't manage to pay him back in time, he would be switching to using a non-exclusive contract with multiple shops. Honestly, Felix hoped that Luby could manage to pull through and find a way to bring his shop into public and start getting enough liquidity. His item's quality deserved that much attention. 2 hours later, after a vicious negotiation with Godi, Felix was able to leave the shop with the serial code of the bottles. They weren't negotiating the prices but the delayed payment. Just like Felix had enough of Luby's delays, Godi also had enough of Felix asking to pay later every goddamn time. But, Felix managed to pacify him by mentioning that after this transaction, he would be always paying up front in his next purchases. Shortly after, Felix sent the serial codes to Alhadi and told him to be on hold about the coordination. Felix still had no idea which hotel they would be staying in for the next 4 days in Berlin. Chapter 245, Finding the Problem, Fixing the Problem. 8 hours or so later. Everyone, get out of the UVR, the plane is about to land. The Queen sent Gorge's message in everyone's minds. Felix immediately logged out after hearing so. He rubbed his eyelids before pulling the curtain of the window up. He leaned against it and started gazing down at the beautiful and magnificent capital city of Germany. Berlin had only a few small-sized skyscraper.a.p.ers like most European cities, who decided to keep their firmly established buildings with grand historic meaning instead of demolishing them for space. Felix loved this about European countries, as it set their culture apart from those industrial-focused countries. In fact, he knew that a decade down the line, Europe will be one of the most popular tourist hotspots for outsiders from other planets. Though, Felix believed that in this timeline, it was going to be happening way sooner than that. Shortly after, the plane landed successfully in a private airport that was a bit far from the center of Berlin. This time, they were welcomed grandly, as Felix saw from the window more than hundreds of people waiting to welcome them while standing on a wide red carpet. Irked, Felix knitted his eyebrows at the sight of the reporters waiting eagerly for them to disembark and assault them with never-ending questions and flashes of cameras. "Guys, please give the country a good image before the reporters," George requested out loud while giving Felix and Noah quick glances. Alas, both of them just acted like they didn't see it. "Sigh, watch your steps as you walk down." In the end, George gave up on his attempts to make them accept interviews and just gestured for them to head down. Felix waited until everyone went down and got surrounded by the media before he followed after them. Too bad, the moment his foot touched the asphalt, the reporters ditched everyone and gathered around him, pushing and pulling each other, trying their best to shove the mic in front of his face. Yet the worst of all was the never-ending noise of them speaking together at the same time, making Felix massage his temples in irritation. "Mr. Felix, can you share with us the name of your legendary bloodline?" "Sir." "Felix, what are your expectations about the world's competition? Do you believe that you can take down Slivia, the Ice Queen of Russia? What's your take on your third position in the current most famous elite list for the bloodliners?" "Sir." "Felix. Please. Stop pulling me. I am first." "Sir." "Felix, find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click number $51281630962175775 for visiting." Seeing the terrible state Felix was in, George ordered the security guards hastily to do their jobs and keep them from pestering Felix any further. He believed that Felix might just say it **ck it and jump above them, running away. But in reality, Felix just walked through them, and any reporter in his path was pushed to the side gently, clearing the path for him. However, the reporters weren't giving up yet as they kept shoving those mics near his face while walking beside him. "Please, Mr. Felix, just one comment for your fans on the internet, they will really appreciate it." Seeing that the cameras were on him and probably broadcasting this on live, Felix took the microphone from a random reporter and said with a charming smile, "I appreciate the support." Leaving that polite comment behind, Felix gave the mic to his owner and carried on his walk. There was no point to attract hate from his internet fans when it could be avoided with one single line. "All right, back off." The security guards surrounded Felix and started blocking the reporters from getting in his path. Seeing that he was a lost cause, most reporters went back hoping to continue interviewing the rest. Alas, they found out that no one bothered to entertain them anymore, except for Adam, who accepted their questions again in a polite manner. Leaving him behind, Felix and the rest entered the black Mercedes cars, which were waiting to pick them up. "Please take us to the hotel," Felix requested from the driver politely. "I apologize, but we were informed to listen to only Mr. George's orders," the driver said in English with a thick accent while glancing at him from the back mirror. "I see." Felix nodded his head in understanding while looking from the window at George, who was answering a question after another without stuttering. From the look of it, George was planning on staying a while until he addresses most of those reporters' questions since no one in the team bothered to be interviewed by them except for Adam. Felix didn't want to wait, as he was too eager to reach his room and start practicing the poison manipulation, carrying on from where he left. "If you take me to the hotel in under 15 minutes, I will tip you with $10,000. Felix promised with a faint smile, "Don't worry, you won't lose your job after. We will be there in 10 minutes. The driver said in elation while turning on the engine. Then, he drove off, leaving the two Mercedes behind. "That punk! Can't he wait even 10 minutes? George scolded Felix in his mind after seeing the car leaving him behind. Though, his expression was stoic and solemn as he kept throwing promises to the media that the USA was going to emerge as the final winner. He said so, as he didn't want to expose that his team had leaks on the competition's format. After all, only countries with capabilities and channels inside the ESG organization would have been able to secure those leaks. 15 minutes later, Felix was sitting on the carpet in a large-sized clean room. The hotel chosen was a 5-star one, giving Felix finally a decent room with a good bed and an actual bathroom. Let's try with a small poison ball. Felix decided to step up his inner manipulation as he had just finished creating successfully a poison of string again. The only issue he was met with was the delayed response from his energy that lasts for a couple of seconds before manifesting. He didn't know what was causing the problem and he didn't want to ask the J. Ramongandra before attempting to find a solution on his own. However, instead of tackling this issue first, he wanted to do an experiment and see its results. Soon, he closed his eyes and started imagining a ping-pong red ball. He extended his palm forward and ordered for his energy to take that shape on top of his palm. After a 5 seconds delay, Felix noticed red mist emitting from his pores and starting to converge into a ping-pong ball. Seeing so, Felix felt quite moved again. The fact that he could manipulate poison to his wishes and desires was just a fantasy that he had for a long time. He was always activating abilities and seeing them in action. Yet, he always felt like an outsider, detached from the element that he was using. He could touch the element and feel it in his skin, but never control it. Thus, to see with his own eyes, the poison element responding to his wishes was truly a dream come true. That being said, the dream was merely in its infancy stage as it was evident that Felix needs to work on the delayed response if he wanted to actually use his manipulation in battles. The string had 2 seconds delay while the ball needed 3 seconds. Felix murmured as he wrote the results on a screen. After he finished typing, he returned to his practice, but this time he manifested a long snake. And it took a whopping 7 seconds for it to appear. Undisturbed by the results, which were getting worse and worse, Felix merely noted them down and carried on his practice. Next, he manifested a green war hammer, which took 10 seconds. Then, he decided to step up his game and manifest himself standing. Yet, that wasn't all, as he took his time to place down as many details as possible in his mind before giving off his order. Then, he waited and waited until a long 30 seconds passed by. Felix's eyelids kept twitching in annoyance throughout the entire duration due to Asna's jeering laughs and the J. Ramongandra's disappointed sighs. Laugh all you want, I still believe that my results are optimal. Felix said in a composed manner. He might get annoyed by their voices, but he wouldn't let it affect his self-esteem or his drive at improving his poison. 30 seconds to create a somewhat detailed version of himself was indeed extremely long. But, with the data that he gathered, he could start tackling the issue and see what could he do to lower the delay to the bare minimum or in the best case remove it entirely. After brainstorming for a couple of minutes, he came up with one hypothesis to the cause of the delay. He wanted to understand the problem first before trying to fix it. From the few gathered data, he reasoned that the delay was caused by his non-familiarity with using poison energy in his body. He theorized that since energy was inside the body and it could be felt, it should be considered as part of the body like his limbs, senses, brain, heart, and such. If he saw energy from this angle, it quite meant that he had just received an extra limb or a sense and he wasn't adapting to using it like the rest of the limbs. Hence, the lack of familiarity. Felix believed that practice and repetition should be the key to solve this and make his inner poison energy be responsive instantaneously. In turn, the abilities created would also manifest in a heartbeat just like the unlocked abilities in his bloodline. Elder, is my deduction correct? Felix asked. Close enough. The J. Ramongandra said, agreeing. Felix smiled widely while waving the poison version of him away from his face. Now, he was planning to start by practicing with small creations until he completely removed the delay from them. An hour later. Felix had to stop as his inner energy was about to be fully consumed. He beamed some of the medium-grade poison stones and put his left hand on them while continuing to practice at the same time. The energy enters through his pores from one hand before exiting from the other in a different and unique shape, like dolls, small cars, beds, etc. All of them had different colors as Felix was changing the inducements each time. Just as Felix was in the process of manifesting a blue car key, he received a Queen's message from George. Felix, if you are not planning on joining the evening parade with us, then please attend the night banquet. It is hosted just for the captains of the teams. Not interested? Felix replied nonchalantly. If you attend, I won't bother you with the rest of the activities in the next 3 days. George tempted. Hearing so, Felix stopped his practice for a second as he took a second to think about it. He knew that there were quite a few activities, meetings, ceremonies, speeches, and all of that nuisance that he wanted to avoid. If all of this could be avoided by going to a banquet late and leaving early, not spending even an hour, he didn't mind it anymore. When will it start and end? He asked. 9 p.m. and it will last for 3 hours max. Be sure to dress formally and build good relations with some teams. No need to antagonize everyone as we still don't know if alliances will be allowed in the competition. George requested. Felix voiced his agreement and requested the address of the banquet. TI ring. After getting it, Felix told the Queen to not send him anyone's massages until 10 p.m., and also to alarm him so he wouldn't forget about it due to engrossing in the practice. All right. Let's carry on. Chapter 246, The Captain's Banquet. 10 a.m. sharp. Peep peep. Felix's focus was broken by the bracelet's alarm going off over and over again. It's been 7 hours already. He murmured in surprise. He truly felt like he spent just an hour or two on his practice. Alas, the small mound of broken black stones lying next to him was enough of proof that he was just too engrossed in his manipulation to notice or even bother thinking about other matters. Plus, he didn't see any drastic improvement during his practice, as every manifestation had almost the same delay or slightly above the other. Though, to make sure if he really didn't improve during those 8 hours of practice, he decided to create the same string, the same ping ball, and the same snake, which he took data of. Immediately, he extended his palm and ordered for the string of poison to manifest. After waiting for only a second and a half, the mist converged as a string on his palm. Felix couldn't help but grin widely in delight at the fact that a half-second was shaved from just 8 hours of practice. Yet, this wasn't all, as the following ping-pong ball and the snake almost had that half a second removed. Hee. If I kept practicing like this each day, it wouldn't be long before I start using small-sized abilities of my own creation. He laughed in elation while standing up from his meditation position. The results were satisfactory and now he only needed to be putting effort to remove the delay and start using poison manipulation to his pleasure. Rumble, rumble. Hearing his stomach complaining again at him fasting since he entered his hotel's room, Felix pressed it with his hand and beamed 3 food containers. However, after remembering that the banquet was going to end in an hour and it was quite far from his hotel, he realized that he would not make it if he ate here while still undressed. Might as well eat in the banquet. Deciding so, Felix retrieved the food containers in his spatial card before beaming a formal black suit on the bed. He removed the sealed plastic and placed down each part of the suit separately on the bed. He started to undress, leaving only a t-shirt and boxers. He swiftly wore the pants first, followed by the white shirt before throwing the jacket on it. He went to the mirror and fixed his pitch-black tie and hairstyle. He already got a haircut in the camp. Thus he wasn't struggling to fix it up. Asna, how do I look? Felix asked, feeling satisfied by his reflection. Meh. I have seen better. She replied playfully, mimicking Felix's voice when he said the same to her months ago. You are truly the next level of holding grudges, aren't you? Annoyed and somewhat amused, Felix chuckled as he went back to the bed and wore brown leather shoes. After seeing that he was ready, he left his room, heading to the elevator. On his way, he made sure to inform one of the designated drivers to the team to bring a car in front of the hotel. TI ring. The moment the elevator opened up, Felix noticed that it was already full with multiple bloodliners belonging to other teams. Their team uniforms and different mutations gave them off. Even without them, Felix realized that they were bloodliners, as this hotel, just like a few others in the capital Berlin, was fully reserved for the country's teams and their staff members. Good evening, Mr. Felix. It's an honor to meet you. The instant Felix stepped into the elevator, he was greeted with enthusiasm by a teenager, who appeared to be a Middle Eastern. Likewise. Felix smiled politely as he nodded at him. Then, he turned around and faced the door of the elevator, not adding anything else. Seeing so, the teenager also decided to respect the cue given to him and drop the conversation that he was building in his mind. TI ring. Felix nodded his head politely at the teenager before stepping outside of the elevator. He looked around him while walking to the entrance, eyeing the packed hall with juniors coming in and out. No one seemed worried about getting assassinated, as Germany's government went all out in the protection and security that was provided. Police officers were roaming the streets and even some army troops with firearms. This gave a sense of safety to those juniors and also the instructors. If it wasn't for them, George wouldn't dare head to the parade that was happening downtown with the rest of the team. Heck, Felix heard from his grandfather that he arrived in Berlin with the elders 1 hour after their plane landed, but they were held back from entering the hotel and meeting up with them. They were told it was due to the safety of the participants. Thus, they could only reschedule the meetup later, as they still had 3 days of free time. After Felix went outside of the hotel, he stood still and waited for his ride. Thankfully, the car arrived after only 2 minutes. Felix sat in the back and requested, "Please take me to Hotel Adlon Kempinski." The driver nodded his head in compliance and took off. 10 minutes later. "Have a nice evening, sir." The driver pressed a button on his dashboard, opening up Felix's door automatically. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click number banquet _512984970303080882 for visiting. I will call you in half an hour to pick me up. Felix said as he closed the door after him. If you are planning to stay only half an hour, I will be waiting for you for here to arrive. The driver said with a polite smile. Much appreciated. Felix thanked him for the gesture and walked on the red carpet, heading to the host, standing before the hotel entrance. Welcome to Adlon Hotel. The host asked politely while holding onto a list. Can I have your name, sir? Felix Maxwell. The host immediately scrolled down on his list that had names placed in alphabetical order. After reaching the M section, he found Felix's name written boldly with the country he represented. I apologize for the inconvenience, Sir Felix. The host bowed slightly while gesturing for Felix to head inside. Where the banquet is being held? Felix asked. In the second floor. The host added, you will find it after exiting the elevator. Thank you. Saying so, Felix walked inside with a straight back and in a well-paced manner. He didn't know if the banquet was still going to be full or not, as only 40 minutes were remaining before it ends. Though, he didn't give a shit, as he was coming here to feast and get gorge off his back for the next 3 days to continue his practice. Shortly after. TI ring. Felix stepped inside the second floor after the elevator opened up. Like the host said, the banquet wasn't that hard to miss, as classical music came from an open gate at the end of the hallway. Felix walked straight to the gate, and immediately after he entered, his slits thinned slightly, adjusting to the brightened hall, which resembled an ancient restaurant with its classy and antique design. I guess they already ate. Felix scratched his chin at the sight of the empty sets of tables, which had only leftover food or untouched food. The waiters were coming back and forth, taking with them those delicious-looking dishes. As for the captains, Felix noticed that they were standing away from the tables with wine or champagne glasses while formally conversing with each other. Since their numbers had surpassed 190 in this hall, their quiet chatter was turned into unbearable noises. If it wasn't for the classical music playing in the hall, burying their chatter, no one would have bothered to remain in the banquet. After Felix found a clean and empty table, he sat on it and gestured for one of the waiters heading in his direction to bring him the menu. When he got it, he schemed it with his eyes and chose 4 dishes before returning the menu to the waiter, who was on hold next to him. "Anything else, sir?" the waiter asked politely. "A bottle of your finest wine if you will," Felix said, smiling faintly. Receiving his full order, the waiter bowed slightly before leaving. Based on the empty tables, Felix believed that his order wouldn't take more than 15 minutes tops. Instead of going to socialize with the rest of the captains and waste his time with baseless flattery, Felix poured himself a glass of champagne from a half-filled bottle, which was already on the table. He started to take small sips while inspecting the captains with an intrigued expression. From 190 or so captains, Felix recalled only 7 of them, who made it to the Earthlings team and performed somewhat above average in the games. The rest? He had no memory of them, as the Earthlings team always ended up with 20% to 30% casualties after each game, making the Bloodliners change continuously. Few survived for more than 10 games, making them popular on the planet. Even Felix with trashy memory could still remember their names and faces. "Oh! She is still as beautiful as ever." Felix couldn't help but praise sincerely after his eyes landed on a stunning silver-haired girl with a bun hairstyle. She was wearing a tight black dress, which reached her knees, light makeup that added a bit of warmness to her cold and stoic expression. She was sipping from a glass of wine in silence while listening to the chatter of 2 men with her. Felix didn't understand what they were saying, but he knew that if they wanted to impress the Ice Queen of Russia, they should forget it. He wasn't ashamed to admit that in his previous life, he had quite a crush on her, just like probably the majority of males in the world. Thus, he knew quite a lot about her, and he actually still remembered most of it. As far as he knew, her personality was extremely in line with Noah's. They share the same indifference and serious attitude towards life. They don't have a sense of humor, nor do they care to have one. Even their elements were the same. The only difference between them would be the level of muteness. While Noah was going full mute on everyone but his sister, she could talk only when serious matters were the subject. Just as Felix was staring at her without bothering to hide his interest, she also noticed him, sitting all alone in the middle of tens of empty tables. "Captain of the US team. He actually came." Slivia raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise. She expected that he wouldn't be attending this banquet to avoid getting harassed about his bloodline, and most importantly to stay away from those captains, who would definitely offer Felix to ally with their teams. As she assumed, the moment the captains noticed Felix, their conversation subject changed from talking about the content of the world's competition to the known intel or rumors about Felix. Even the 2 men with her got into it, as one of them said, using the universal language, "I heard that his bloodline was from twin-tailed swamp viper." "Really? My sources told me that he was bound by contract not to reveal any information about his bloodline." The other man refuted his information. "Oh? That makes sense. No wonder he always refused even to provide the name." "Excuse me, gentlemen." Seeing that they got finally distracted by something else, Slivia excused herself politely and went in Felix's direction. "For real? Is Sylvia really going to take the first move and introduce herself first? Even better, if he sent her back, there is no point in embarrassing myself." Tisk, all of this fanfare just because he awakened with a legendary bloodline. Different thoughts and views were coursing in the captain's minds at the sight of Slivia approaching Felix. They were planning to visit Felix and see if they could build a good relationship with him, which would definitely benefit them in the competition. They didn't make the first move because they were worried about getting rejected and sent back in public. Thankfully, Slivia came to the rescue. Even Felix was quite surprised by her proactiveness, as he knew that she was a proud woman who would never put herself lower than others. "It seems like I am truly quite charming tonight." Felix smiled faintly while staring into Slivia's ocean-like eyes as she got closer and closer to his table. Even when she was about to reach him, Felix still didn't stand in respect or gesture with his hand for her to share the table with him. He just kept waiting to see what she had in mind. Thank God he didn't do anything, as Slivia walked right past him without stopping for even a split second. She merely gave him a single side glance as she continued her journey to a door that had a bathroom sign on it. Chapter 247, Suppressed Desires Resurfacing Again. "I guess my handsomeness is not there yet." Felix chuckled in his mind while sipping from his glass of champagne as nothing happened. He knew that what she did wasn't intentional, as the path next to his table was truly the shortest of them all to the bathroom. Plus, she wasn't childish to provoke him like this for no reason. She was elected as the captain of Earthling's team in Felix's previous life due to her serious attitude and maturity. Of course, that was merely the cherry on top, as the real reason was her leadership, overwhelming strength, and astonishing demonstration in the world's competition. Currently, Felix didn't know her exact integration, but he was certain that she was at minimum a lesser purity in the first stage of replacement. For her to be in such a high integration percentage only meant that her affinity rating was above 75% and she was integrating with large amounts each phase. However, the exact data about her wasn't shared by her or the Russian government. The only thing which they announced proudly was Slivia's successful bloodline replacement with an epic Tier 2 one, a month ago. This actually made her the first one to pull it off in the world, as the rest of the bloodliners at that point in time weren't ready to replace their bloodline even if they were at origin purity. Adding everything to her breathtaking beauty only resulted in her being respected and sought by most bloodliners, males and females alike. Meanwhile, in the eyes of Felix, Slivia being the first one to reach the first stage of replacement amounted to nothing. The number of first-stage bloodliners that he had killed had far surpassed the number of attendants in this banquet. As for her beauty, with the goddess living in his mind, she appeared the same as any girl. Thus, he didn't have any thoughts of wasting his time chasing her down, even though he had a crush on her in his previous life. Alas, his nonchalance to the entire interaction had just made the interested captains in approaching him forgo those thoughts and just carry on interacting with each other. They knew that if it was them, they would have at least gestured for Slivia to take a seat. But, he didn't budge from his place. If he treated Slivia, the current number one bloodliner in the world, like that, why would he bother to treat them any better? Just like this, Slivia did Felix a favor unbeknownst to both of them, letting him enjoy his upcoming food in peace. After having enough of feasting his eyes on the beauties, wearing their homeland cultural dresses, Felix switched his sight to the dazzling males, wearing suits or tuxedos. Since he was as straight as a pole, he merely checked their mutations to pass time until his food gets served. He is truly big. Felix's eyes couldn't help but land on a giant bald-headed man, who reached 2.5 meters in height, towering over everyone in the banquet. Unlike his terrifying size, he had an abashed smile as he conversed with a couple of girls, who didn't even reach his waist. Damn, no wonder they nicknamed him as the Colossal of China. He mused. He then switched his sight from him to a slender man with long ash-grey hair, reaching his waist. Looking at his gentle visage as he conversed and laughed with multiple captains, Felix's memory was refreshed at his identity. His nickname on the internet was quite easy to remember, the Maestro of England. William something, I believe? Yeah, he is a sound elementalist. Felix rested his hand on his chin as bits of memories about this man resurfaced in his mind. Just as Felix wanted to check another one, he suddenly cringed at the thought of his nickname given to him by the internet. While Slivia, the captain of the Russian team, was nicknamed on the internet as the Ice Queen of Russia due to her ice element and cold treatment to most people. And the other two due to unique characteristics about them, Felix had gotten the worst nickname anyone could think of. The moment Felix noticed how the people were referring to him on the internet after the national finals, he never stepped a foot in it again. He would rather not get nicknamed than get a shitty and cringy one. Thankfully, he was saved from thinking about it as the waiters brought him the dishes and the bottle of wine after only 10 minutes. Guten Appetit! The waiter said after placing down the dishes on the table. Thank you. Without further ado, Felix emptied his mind and focused on seething his hunger by finishing off a dish after another. Even though he was eating quite fast, his table manners were impeccable. The captains, who were still glancing at Felix from time to time, didn't show any mocking or weird reaction to him eating in a banquet. After all, that was the goddamn meaning of it. An elaborate and formal meal for many people. As Felix reached his fourth and last dish, Slivia exited from the bathroom and walked towards the open hall, choosing the same path again. Felix didn't notice her coming from behind him, as his mind was entrapped by the food's deliciousness. Thus, he got quite surprised when he smelled her enticing perfume as she walked right next to him with her black high heels, not making a single sound in this noisy hall. After lifting his head, he was met an enchanting view of her exposed pale back due to the design of black dress. Yet, Felix wasn't enchanted by this alone but by the two breathtaking butterfly-like wings attached slightly above her rear. The wings were grey and stripped with blue lines, but since they were folded to the limit, minimizing their size, Felix noticed just as much. Since her wings were attached closely near her rear, Felix's eyes automatically focused on it. Seeing her peach going up and down with the rhythm of her walk, Felix's desires resurfaced for a second before he suppressed them again. Feeling a sudden heated look aimed at her back, Slivia turned around and noticed that Felix was having his head lowered, probably looking at his feet. Seeing so, she tilted her head in confusion before continuing on her path. God damn it, it's just an ass. Can you chill? Felix complained while looking at his trouser. Well, his Willie shouldn't be blamed for reacting like this as it was quite a while since he relieved himself. After all, he couldn't contact Nora due to the fact he wasn't in the VR pod those past 3 months. If he slept with her while using only the bracelet to connect, it would get messy even in real life. Unless he turned off the shared senses, making his body feel nothing from what he experienced during SEX in the UVR. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number *51327595718952587 for visiting. If he did so, it would meaningless to even have SEX in the UVR as his real body's biological needs wouldn't be fulfilled. In other words, Felix spent the last 3 months doing absolutely nothing but suppressing and suppressing without an outlet. Now even simple simulations like seeing Slivia's rear were enough to poke those desires. Should I take one home tonight? He wondered while feasting his eyes on the beautiful array of girls, glamorous and brightening the evening with their diverse visage. Alas, he soon removed that idea from his mind as he knew that not one of them was an easy catch. There was no way in hell they would want to spend a one-night stand with him after talking for just half an hour. He wasn't that confident in his appearance to pull it off. Those girls were proud captains of each country team, and they might look beautiful and charming in different dresses, but they were definitely not sweet and that easy to convince. Unless Felix showed an interest in a real relationship, none of them would bother to waste time on him. Girls like Nora were few in between, and if Felix attempted to pull the same shit on those girls, he wouldn't like the outcome. Screw it, might as well connect the VR pod in the hotel's room and contact Nora. He thought to himself as he continued eating peacefully. After a while, Felix finished eating the last dish as well, not leaving any leftovers. He wiped his mouth and drank 2 big gulps of wine. Then, he stood up while fixing his tie and sleeves. He glanced one last time at the captains, who were clearly not planning to leave anytime soon, and turned around, heading to the open gate. He was quite thankful that no sudden drama rose in the 20 minutes that he was in the banquet. He feasted his eyes on the beauties and seethed his hunger. His night wasn't ruined by any childish actions or unnecessary provocations. Now, he was heading to the hotel to play with Nora in the UVR, hoping that his lucky streak continues and not meet with her gorilla brother, who would definitely C.O.C.K block him. Peeb. Peeb. 2 days later, inside Felix's Androxa house, in the bedroom, the noisy alarm sounds abruptly went off at 7 in the morning. Turn it off, Felix. Nora murmured softly with her eyebrows knitted in irritation. Well, her annoyance was understandable, as they were going at it from midnight to dawn non-stop, leaving her only 2 hours of sleep before this damned alarm woke her up. This was happening every night for past the 3 days, which they spent together in bed. Well, Felix thought that by doing it once, he would curb his desires, but in reality, they just erupted like a volcano, making him contact Nora 3 times in a row to finally feel satisfied and cleanse his mind from those thoughts. Peeb. Cluck. After Felix turned off the alarm, he stretched on the bed while gazing at Nora with a content smile. She was sleeping like a kitten, covering herself in bed sheets while in a curved position. Seeing how cute she appeared, Felix went and kissed her on the lips before whispering, "I will go back to reality and won't be returning for the next week or 2 weeks. Hearing so, Nora merely made acknowledgement sound without opening her eyes. After he received a response, Felix didn't bother to get out of bed as he logged out straight away. Chapter 248, 4 Epic Tier 5 Bloodlines, the result? TST. A few moments later, the VR pod opened up while emitting smoke outside of the lid. Felix disconnected the nutrition needle from his bloodstream and the tube that was attached to his willy. After getting out, he immediately went for a morning shower, which lasted 15 minutes. Then, he called for room service to bring him his breakfast and leave it in front of the door. "Morning, guys," he called in a relaxed manner while gazing from the window at the breathtaking view of the sun slightly above the sky of Berlin. "Morning." Asna yawned in her bed as she responded. "Good morning." The J. Ramongandra answered gently while sipping coffee from a mug and watching series on TV. It seemed like either Asna had influenced him the past few days, or he was slowly adapting to modern life. "If I get lucky with Lady Sphinx's essence, I will be making a breakthrough to the first stage of replacement today," Felix informed them with an eager expression. He was expecting the 4 bloodline bottles to arrive today, as 3 days had gone by since he gave Badadai the coordination of this room. "Finally, you will get rid of this snake's bloodline." Asna fired shots while brushing her teeth. Hearing so, Felix knitted his eyebrows as he remembered something he ignored for a quite long time now. "Elder, what's going to happen to you if I replace your entire bloodline?" "Oh, don't worry about me." The J. Ramongandra smiled faintly, "Nothing will affect my consciousness." Felix found it a bit hard to believe, as the only reason that the J. Ramongandra woke up was due to reaching 99% in integration. Thus, there was no way for J. Ramongandra's consciousness not to be related to the bloodline. However, just as Felix wanted to question the J. Ramongandra about it, he heard him say, "The moment I woke up and saw how your bloodline integration system is all about, I split my tiny consciousness and placed a part in your human bloodline. So don't worry, as long as you don't die, I am not going anywhere." "I am glad you did so." Felix's worries evaporated immediately at his clarification. He knew that J. Ramongandra's means were completely off the charts. So it wasn't that hard to believe his words. Felix looked at the time and noticed that there were still a couple of hours before Badadai brings him his bottles. Thus, he decided to go for another round of practicing his inner manipulation. So far, he was almost about to shave off a full second. However, the medium-grade stones he consumed to achieve so were in the hundreds, leaving him with only a couple more before running out. Thankfully, Felix anticipated so and bought another 1K from the Fuzzia shop after purchasing the 4 bottles. Now, they were coming as well in one single delivery. 4 hours later, Badadai brought Felix his stuff and took off. If the hotel's room weren't just a bedroom and a bathroom, Felix would have asked Badadai to stay and wait for him until he finishes the filtration process. so he could hand him the bottles and send them to Luby. But, Felix couldn't risk letting Badadai see what he was doing with the bloodlines. He trusts him not to be nosy but not to keep his secrets. After getting the delivery, Felix prepared everything needed for the replacement next to him while he was sitting on the carpet. He lifted the first bloodline bottle that belonged to the Ebon Desert Lion and started to withdraw the content until the large needle was filled to the brim. Felix flicked the needle tip once before placing it on his chest. He took a deep breath and penetrated his heart with it. Without waiting a split second, he injected everything inside and repeated the same process until the entire bottle was emptied. After doing so, he said with a hopeful tone, "Asna, it's your turn." This was the moment of truth that would decide Felix's entire first stage speed of advancement. The 4 bottles were all tier 5 epic rank, just like he was using with the J. Ramongandr. So far, Felix never got less than 12% from using only 4 bottles. Felix honestly was hoping to be just getting the same without lowering it any further. Too bad the first bloodline results didn't put a smile on his face as Asna informed him that she found only 3%. Felix didn't stress on it that much as he still had 3 more bottles. Alas, the second one turned out to be empty. Then, the third one came, and still nothing. Felix was left with 1 bottle, and 3% essence gathered in total. His heart had already sunk to the bottom of the abyss. Still, it was attached to one final string that might pull it up. Felix's hand was shaking as he held into that string. He looked at the empty last bottle in his hand and said while gritting his teeth, "Please just 1%." He was waiting for Asna's news, and he felt like every second was taking forever to pass by. After waiting for merely 3 seconds, Asna informed him while yawning, "I found 7% in this one and some memories about the Sphinx." Hearing so, Felix couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This 7% might have just pushed the total to 10%, which was quite a shitty result considering that he was using such high-tiered bloodlines. But Felix wasn't complaining that much as he would take 10% anytime without batting a blink. The fact that the Sphinx was a chimera of 4 species truly scared the shit out of him, making him assume the worse. Thankfully, 10% was still manageable. "Good work, Asna." Felix nodded his head in appreciation before requesting, "Please continue holding into those memories to yourself for now." Felix felt like it was better to see the memories linearly as he did with the J. Ramongandra's memories. The history might not be complete, but he would at least get a better view than just watching random pieces of memories without knowing which one was earlier than the other. Asna voiced her agreement and followed it with a question, "Are you going to use 10% all at once or just 1%? "I will go for 10%." Felix smiled as he clarified, "With the Elder's bloodline having the biggest percentage, I doubt that I will be feeling the same hellish pain that I went through after 50% anymore." He grinned as he beamed the 4 filtered bottles, leaving only a new bottle with the 10% Sphinx bloodline. Plus, using 10% all at once is probably going to give me a useful mutation unlike before. Felix always desired a mutation from a primogenitor's body. The J. Ramongandra's mutation only made him appear stunning and dashing. But Felix believed that was a wasted opportunity. Hard-working bloodliners, who always strive for the best, never replace a bloodline with lower than 15%. First, this gives them a straightway new passive, replacing the old one. Second, with such a high percentage used, they were bound to receive a useful mutation that could be even better than an active or passive ability. For example, Claw's morphing ability consumes elemental energy each second, draining the bloodliner of a well-needed resource. However, those with mutations receive the same claws with the same strengths and weaknesses without losing a single ounce of their energy. This mutation could actually turn permanent if the bloodliner received an ability related to those claws and decided to etch that said ability in his 1% bloodline. This, of course, would make him stronger than his peers without mutations. Adam and Noah, the first ones to reach origin purity, took a month's break to prepare themselves for integrating 15% plus all at once. Felix heard from Olivia that both of them succeeded yesterday in doing so. He still didn't check on their mutations, but they must have gotten something good from how Olivia sounded. Speaking of Olivia, she was actually already in origin purity, but she still didn't ask Felix to hand her the Tier 2 epic bloodline that he bought for her. It was clear that she wasn't ready yet. Felix didn't rush her as he knew that it was better to prepare and integrate a lot at once, than replace the bloodline for the sake of replacing it by using 1% or such. If Felix wasn't scared shitless of integrating a whopping 15% at once, he would have waited as well until he gathered that amount. Alas, Felix's difficulty integrating with 10% at once was probably the same as integrating with 20% or more for the others. That amount was already too much to handle, even for Felix. He didn't want to get greedy lest he ends up getting killed just because of adding 1%. Old snake, come and watch him get tortured with me, you will love it. Asna's loud voice traveled wide and far in the consciousness space like yelling at her neighbor. Tell him to hold for 10 minutes. The J. Ramongandra shouted at well, the episode is about to end. Felix, the old snake. F***ck, I can hear him, stop yelling in my mind. Felix replied in irritation while rubbing his temples. Though he was annoyed and eager to start, Felix did plan to wait 10 minutes obediently without voicing a single complaint. He was glad that the J. Ramongandra was interested in series and movies. Heck, he would be glad if he got interested in anything actually. As long as he gives up on seeking death. 10 minutes later. Go ahead, child. Hearing the J. Ramongandra's elderly voice, Felix snapped his eyes wide open as he took the needle, which was already filled with the Sphinx's bloodline, and stabbed his heart with it, injecting everything within his bloodstream. Chapter 249, 3 Mutations. Without delay, Felix drank the 4 pain relief potions first, followed by the double percentage potion, which allows him to experience half the pain. After doing so, Felix waited patiently for the pain to set in. Since the hotel's room wasn't really that soundproof, Felix put a leather belt in his mouth and bit on it. Seconds went by, then minutes. Asna and the J. Ramongandra were sitting on one couch, each holding a bucket of popcorn. One was flavored with caramel and the other had a purplish fluid on top of it. However, they weren't eating it as their eyes were fixated on Felix. Asna was looking at him in eagerness and sadistic joy while the J. Ramongandra was observing him in curiosity. Both of them soon shared the same entertained expression after seeing Felix's face get twisted like a rope as he bit on the thick leather belt with all of his strength. Asna was a bit disappointed by not hearing him scream with his high-pitched voice like a little girl instead of him just letting out muffed-out noises. However, looking at his watery eyes and snort running down his nose was more than enough to get her in a good mood for an entire week. After a couple of minutes. Oh? He is receiving the first mutation. Intrigued, the J. Ramongandra said as he noticed Felix's spring green hair with purplish tips was getting completely reshaped from its roots. The color was changed to sunflower blonde with some random locks turning wholly pitch black. This led Felix to have some tips in blonde while some in black. However, this sense of chaos and erraticness gave a peculiar sense of harmony in the eyes of Asna and the J. Ramongandra. The feeling was the same one that Felix experienced when he first saw the Sphinx. Yet still, the hair mutation wasn't over yet as surprisingly even its strand's straightness was turned into being slightly wavy, with the hair's never-growing thickness. Felix started to resemble a lion with a fluffy golden mane. Thankfully, the hair stopped growing after almost burying his entire head in it. This blocked Asna and the J. Ramongandra from seeing his unsightly expression, but they could guess that he wasn't doing well by how loud his muffed noises got. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number *51371759257059258 for visiting. As they assumed, Felix's eyes started to bleed buckets, forcing him to close them shut while holding into them tightly with his hands. He kept rolling on the carpet, spreading his blood all over the place, making a mess. Yet, Felix didn't seem to care about anything, as the only thing that was on his mind was the agony of having his eyes forcefully getting changed. That's right. Even his violet serpent-like eyes weren't spared, as his slits were enlarged to the maximum before getting reshaped from thin slits into a triangle with sharp endings, resembling two pyramids. One was straight and the other upside down. Just like the pupil of the Sphinx, they were golden in color instead of black. After this process finished, his iris's color was switched gradually from violet to pitch black, appearing as darkness reigning over two golden shimmering pyramids. However, this scene couldn't help but get stained with blood, as by the time the mutation finished, Felix's eyes were completely red. Fa-tshh-m. The moment the second mutation ended, the third one followed after, making Felix want to scream at the top of his voice. Who could blame him though? A huge bulge was starting to emerge slightly above his rear, appearing like something was trying to push its way out forcefully. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened, as Felix's skin finally couldn't take it anymore and ruptured wide open, letting out a long bloody stained tail. Asna raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight, as the tail wasn't serpent-like but actually resembled a lion's tail. Its golden fur could be seen from its unstained patches. Most importantly, the end of the tail bulgier and bushier. Just like his hair, the fur of this bulge was black, contrasting with its golden color. Whoosh whoosh. The instant the tail reached 1 meter in length, it stopped growing and began to flail aimlessly without control. It seemed like its nerves were already wired to the nervous system, making Felix's agitation and agony move it like that. Fortunately for Felix, not a single mutation appeared after this one, as the replacement process was about to finish. Unlike the other integrations, this one was the messiest of them all, as the entire room was painted with drops of blood. Walls, bed sheets, carpet, and even the ceiling weren't spared. All of this due to his stained tail hurling blood in every direction. God knows how long it would take for the hotel's staff to clean up this mess. Fortunately, the golden tail started to relax its movement until it remained still, just like its owner, who landed on his back after the feeling of nothingness assaulted his being. That feeling had marked the end of the replacement process. Finally, Felix managed to let out only a soft sigh of relief before his eyelids were closed shut. In the end, he couldn't handle the exhaustion and relaxed his muscles, making him lose consciousness instantly. Nothing beats the old days of seeing him getting tortured without worrying that he might end up dying. Gratified and content, Asna stretched her arms behind her back as she stood up from the couch. She was planning to head back to her mansion and continue her sleep. Seeing that Felix was lying on the ground like a corpse, the Ramongandra lost interest and teleported to his bedroom. 12 hours later. Arg! A soft groan escaped from Felix's lips as he woke up to the nasty feeling of having every inch of his body pricking him due to the aftermath of using such a large percentage to replace with. Thankfully, he wasn't as weak as in his earlier days, making his body not get wholly ruined and on the border of crippleness. Thus, he moved his hands slightly next to him, trying to find the rejuvenation potions. Alas, he completely forgot that he was rolling on the carpet and not remaining in his position where he placed the potions. After touching here and there without finding anything, he realized it as well. Damn it! Exhausted, Felix attempted to open his eyelids, but they felt as heavy as a brick. Still, with enough persistence, he managed to open them slightly, letting him see everything in red due to the stagnated blood blocking his sight. However, unlike the last time during awakening, where his vision was hazy and confusing, everything appeared clear as crystal in his eyes. It's like he was looking through red glasses. This made him pretty confused, but he didn't bother addressing it now, as the only thing in his sight were the bottles lying on the carpet a couple of meters away from him. Seeing that the distance would be hell to reach in his messed up condition, Felix decided to give up on them and use his revitalization passive. Without further ado, he activated his corruption aura and let his body absorb the poison and heal up back in shape. While his energy was being consumed like there was no tomorrow, his body was getting healed even quicker than using rejuvenation potions. Felix never bothered to use his passive before, as the moment he got it, he was already past 50% in his integration. After it, his head was starting to hurt due to Ramongandra's oppressiveness. Felix couldn't activate abilities when his head was about to split into half by that nasty headache. Thus, he used rejuvenation potions until now, when the headache wasn't a problem anymore. 30 seconds later. Crack! Crack! The moment Felix tried to stand up after feeling all right again, every pressured joint in his body started making noises, relieving their stiffness. Feeling comfortable, Felix took it on himself to stretch the remaining joints while walking towards the bathroom. He wanted to clean up his eyes first as he might be able to see clearly, but everything appeared in red, even his overgrown hair, which was impossible to miss. After reaching the sink, Felix opened the tap and cleaned his hands first from the blood. Then, he brought his face near the sink before starting to smack it over and over again with water while simultaneously running his hands on it, trying to remove the stagnated blood in a thorough manner. His eyes bled way too much compared to the last time. This took some effort to finally clean them and let Felix's vision return to normal. The first thing Felix did after regaining his sight was lifting his head and see his reflection in the mirror. He wanted to see how the mutations appeared. Immediately after seeing his golden triangle-like eyes and overgrown deep yellow hair mixed with pitch-black locks, a satisfied smile emerged on his face. He got to admit that he preferred this appearance way more than the first one, especially the darkened irises with their golden triangle-like pupil. He noticed before that the Sphinx had those eyes and he was quite fascinated by them. Ah, I need a haircut again. Felix sighed exasperatedly while holding his hair with both hands, keeping it away from blocking his face. If he let go, his head would be completely buried down to his neck. There must be something else, right? Still holding his hair, Felix looked underneath him and didn't notice any mutation on his front. However, the moment he turned his head and saw the golden tail touching the ground motionlessly akin to a dead snake, his eyebrows couldn't help but start to twitch. He always expected that he might get a tail mutation from the Sphinx, but he didn't think it would be from the lion species. He assumed that since the Sphinx tail was serpent-like, he would also be getting a furless serpent's tail. He actually wanted the serpent tail since he received one as well in his second stage of replacement in his previous life. The tail he received made rattling noises that had a small chance of messing with the senses of his foes. Yet, looking at the golden tail with its bushy end, Felix didn't know if it had a hidden ability like that. Honestly, he was hoping that it had, as those were the 3 mutations that he obtained. So far he didn't notice any benefits from them besides making him look extra dashing just like the Ramongandra's bloodline. Felix didn't use 10% all at once to be extra handsome. Chapter 250, The Sphinx's Eyes. Let's take a shower first before figuring things out. Smelling the nasty stench that his body kept emitting, Felix curled his lips in revulsion as he swiftly entered the glass door behind him. Just as he closed the door, his tail swung to the left without his control, shattering the glass door into tiny pieces. Still holding the doorknob, Felix glanced speechlessly at his tail that was flailing left and right playfully. Worried that he might break the other 3 glass doors too, Felix clenched his tail tightly from the middle and started showering awkwardly with one hand, using it to clean himself up. First, he wasn't having any difficulty with his body, but after reaching his overgrown hair, he couldn't handle it with just one hand. In the end, Felix just smiled bitterly as he thought, the room was already threshed. Adding a broken shower is nothing, I guess. Thus, he let go of his tail and wished that it behaves properly for the next 2 minutes. Alas, before he learns to control it, the tail was resembling a child that just wants to play around and create trouble. By the time Felix finished showering, the 4 glass doors were all destroyed, filling the bathroom floor with sharp pieces of glass. Yet, Felix simply threw a towel on himself and walked on them unbothered. After reaching the mirror and seeing that his wet golden hair was dripping with water akin to a waterfall, Felix didn't want to leave the bathroom anymore. He already F***ed up the hotel room and there was no need to flood it as well. Screw it, might as well cut it now. Impatient and quite bothered, Felix beamed a small black box, which held all the kits needed for his daily uses, like glue, screwdriver, hammer, and such. He opened it up and pulled sharp scissors. He then measured how short he wanted it to be and started cutting it slowly, lock by lock. After a while, he put down the scissors and checked himself in the mirror. Seeing that his face was in the open with only a few golden and black locks of hair dangling slightly down, he smiled faintly in approval. Though, he didn't keep looking at his reflection for long as he swiftly started cleaning the floor from both glass and hair. It took him more than 15 minutes to finish. When it comes to blood in the room, he could ask for room service to deal with it since the blood already dried up and they would probably need to replace the carpet and bedsheet with newer ones. But he wasn't that lazy to not clean up after his mess in the bathroom. After he finished, he went to the door and pressed the light switch, wanting to turn it off. However, instead of turning dark, the bathroom actually turned brighter and clearer. This made Felix witness a whole new world as his eyes were feeding him plenty of new details, making him doubt that this was the same bathroom. Weirded out, Felix narrowed his eyes at a tiny minuscule piece of glass that was lying at the corner of the shower. It was tiny to the point, Felix believed that it had the same size as a grain of rice. Yet, he was capable of even seeing the light reflection on its surface. That's how good his vision got, and he didn't dare to believe it. He knew that abilities followed after eye mutations were extremely rare and wished upon by every bloodliner. After all, if they managed to keep them permanently, that's the same as having a vision passive belonging to them that consumed not a single ounce of mental energy. Although Felix was quite agitated and excited by the sudden gift, he still didn't forget that his vision was pretty normal before clicking on the light switch. Thus, he clicked on it again, wanting to check what was the cause. Immediately after, his vision was back to average again, like his eyesight score dropped from 40/10 to merely 9/10. Felix wasn't a retard to not figure out the weirdness of the situation. The turned-off light bulbs in the ceiling were more than enough for him to conclude that he was showering earlier in **ing pitch-black darkness. The bathroom's door was closed, the light bulbs were off, and the bathroom had only a small glass window, which was showing a gloomy cloudy sky. Anyone who stepped into the bathroom wouldn't be able to even see his fingers. Yet, Felix didn't even notice that the lights of the bathroom were off. Only now did he understand that his eye mutation had enhanced his eyesight to the point he was able to see as clear as daylight in total darkness. That being said, Felix recognized that he simply didn't just get a normal night vision but actually the Sphinx's vision, which was clearly 100 times better. So far, he only noticed two traits about it: night vision and super enhanced eyesight in daylight. There might be more, or this might be just it. This was the difference between unlocking abilities and actually possessing mutations. Since Felix's eyes mutated to the Sphinx's, this meant he was able to possess all of her eyes' abilities that she owned. Elder do UK. I told you that I don't know her that well. The J. Ramongandra denied his question before its completion. Although his attempt ended up in failure, Felix's excitement wasn't hit in the slightest. He was more than satisfied by getting those two traits for now, and with enough time in his hands, he might discover the rest. Heck, he could even ask the Sphinx after he reaches 99% and wakes her up as he did with the J. Ramongandra. Though, this method wasn't guaranteed. Just by this, using 10% was beyond worth it. Felix grinned widely in satisfaction while leaving the bathroom. He didn't care if the lights were on or off anymore, as he simply went to the closet and got dressed. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number SIs _51375248364328805 for visiting. After doing so, he called for the room service to bring him dinner as he didn't eat for half a day. During his wait for food, Felix kept playing with his tail, seeking to control it. Alas, he orders it to move left and the tail ends up standing straight. Although he was familiar with using tails, that was a long time ago. Hence, he needed at least a couple of days to get familiar with it and a month or two until he starts using it just like his other limbs. Knock knock. Hearing the door getting knocked, Felix stood up from the carpet and waited 10 seconds in front of the door. After hearing the withdrawing footsteps of the hotel's staff, he opened the door and carried inside the food plates, which were being placed on the ground. He sat on the carpet again and started wolfing down a dish after the other like he didn't eat for ages. If he wasn't worried about his tail smashing the table into two, he wouldn't be eating like a barbarian on the floor like this. He already figured out that his tail's strength was more than enough to splatter someone's with a single playful swing. After a while, he burped in satisfaction as he emptied all of the dishes. He soon stood up and went to clean his hands and mouth. Then, he placed the dishes on the table and went back to his position on the carpet. The replacement went pretty well, but now it was time for Felix to etch an ability in his 1% bloodline. He had to do so now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be getting that explosive enhancement to his entire being. Energy capacity, mental energy, physical strength, enhanced senses, mental defenses, etc. All of this would receive a large enhancement compared to what Felix was getting whenever he reached a small milestone, like 15%, 30%, 60%, etc. Before, Felix's body was merely taking small benefits from each integration. However, after he edged an ability in his 1% bloodline, he would be getting the real deal. That being said, the enhancement wasn't going to be great for everyone as it was related to the rank for the bloodline, where the ability was being taken from. Let's take the physical strength enhancement as an example. The boost after each replacement was always limited to 1000 BF in case the bloodliner edged an ability from a legendary bloodline. It didn't matter the tier of it, it could be tier 1 or tier 7 legendary bloodline. The enhancement was always limited to 1000 BF. After doing extensive research, the humans had found that the cause of this limitation was fundamentally due to the fact that they were etching only one ability instead of 2, 3, and more in each process. Frankly speaking, 1000 BF wasn't that bad considering that uncommon bloodliners receive merely 200 BF extra boost, rare bloodliners 400 BF boost, and lastly, epic bloodliners get at most 600 BF boost. Those numbers might appear small, but they were added to the already 1000 BF that a bloodliner obtained from 1% to 99% in his integration. When Felix was at Origin Purity, he also reached 1000 BF. Adding it to the massive boost from his super strength passive and he got 2950 BF. If it wasn't for this massive strength, Felix's body wouldn't be able to handle a single projectile fired from a peak first stage epic bloodliner. This was just an example of the physical strength enhancement. As for the energy capacity, mental energy, and the rest, they had their own limitation and specific increase related to the rank of the bloodline as well. Felix hoped that the known enhancement limit was different in his case since he was using the primogenitor's bloodline and also his human bloodline wasn't the same as the others due to merging with Isna. After taking deep breaths, Felix requested in his mind, "Can you guys please help me edge poison immunity and peak active ability into my 1% human bloodline?" Upon hearing his voice, Isna and the J. Ramongandra glanced at each other across the table. They were each holding few Uno cards in their hands. Soon, they narrowed their eyes at each other and said simultaneously, "Whoever loses will help him out." Half a minute later. "I won! I won! I won!" The J. Ramongandra was looking speechlessly at Isna, who was dancing on the table in pure delight and excitement. Well, her happiness was understandable as she lost 20 times in a row in the previous days. The amount of information that the J. Ramongandra had extracted from her after she lost those bets, would make Felix drop into the ground with foam in his mouth. "Can you stop?" Vexed, the J. Ramongandra complained while creating a new set of cards as the old ones were utterly ruined by Isna's barbaric dance moves. "Ha, can't I express my joy?" Isna snickered, did I complain when I caught you cheating in royalty? No wonder they switched to another game. The Ramongendra's essence of winning the game was found out eventually. You did complain, and quite a lot actually. Not embarrassed in the slightest by getting exposed like this, the Ramongendra merely shuffled the cards and said, let's go for another round. I still didn't find the essence of winning this game. Not so fast. Help him out. Asna jumped from the table while pointing her finger at Felix, who was talking to himself like a retard, requesting over and over for help. Upon getting reminded of what Felix said, the Ramongendra placed the cards on the table and said to Felix, "Kid, aren't you looking down on my bloodline a little bit too much to request for 2 abilities instead of 1? Felix, who was about to enter his consciousness and check on the reason for their unresponsiveness, felt a slight shiver coursing on his spine after hearing the Ramongendra's voice. He knew what the Ramongendra's was implying, and he didn't dare to believe it, as it was going to affect so many plans of his.